set off the motion in the house.
Right.
They don't. Okay.
Not when they're in their crates. You're right.
Yeah, not in their crates. And as sure as heck, if I'm somewhere upstairs, they're with me. They're not just roaming around doing a thing. They're following somebody that they look. Okay. When we came back, I told you 15,000 times about the car following us at Petco. When we came back, the reason I left the phone at Petco, you want to know why? Why don't y'all go check the alarm on it? I set an alarm for it to go off. If I hadn't came back in the time frame to call the police. I set the alarm on there, Albert. There was no intention. I had my watch on, so it was no hiding where I was going or whatever.
But wait. So you set an alarm to call the police? Why?
No, not because someone was following us.
From the house or from Petco?
From the house.
Okay.
To Petco.
Okay.
Then from Petco, that's why I kept walking to the door to look, because Gannon was laying down. He was playing the switch, so I knew that they knew nobody was in the car. That's what they thought. Maybe I was being over suspicious.
But so help me out here, because I'm in believe teacher mode. So okay, just so you know that. But somebody's following you from the house, and you leave Gannon in the truck.
They never knew anybody was in the truck.
But if they followed you from the house, didn't they see y'all get into the truck?
I was not like from the house as in our house, like as in the area that.
All right. Well, okay. All right. Help me be in believe teacher mode. Okay. All right. Don't start spinning. Just tell me.
I'm spinning.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to.
You go through the whole entire thing.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I get there. I was playing with these period pad things because apparently dogs have periods. Okay. So I'm holding the thing, and I said alarm, just for the alarm to go off. Like, whatever. That was for the alarm to go off. Maybe I was being too superstitious. I just was being whatever. I don't know. Okay.
Sorry.
And now you're yawning?
Listen, I don't sleep good at night. I haven't for years, you know that. So go ahead.
Albert, I was supposed to deliver papers.
Deliver?
I couldn't do it, Albert.
Deliver papers for what? Tisha?
When I went to Nevada, there was this pregnant lady. So I agreed to help the pregnant lady because she was really, really pregnant. She gets in the car, which is why Gannon was not in the front seat. He was in the back seat.
You said wait. You said when you went to Nevada?
I went through Nevada.
Oh. I'm like, what? You're in Nevada? Anyways, go ahead.
Right. When I realized she's not pregnant, once she gets in the car,
was this the same lady that was following you?
I don't know if they were following us. I just know there was a car following us. When I get off, I turn where Harley gets the eyelashes done because I thought I would lose them. Then I saw a pregnant lady. She looked legit like 8 months pregnant.
What kind of car was following you? Because maybe they
told you this 15 times.
Oh, okay.
It was a blue something, like a blue little car, like a Cooper or something like this.
Okay, so like a blue, not red, right? Just a blue one.
No, it was the red earlier in the day was nothing. It's already been checked out.
Okay, all right.
The reason I know that was been checked out because I had somebody in Lorson Ranch do it.
All right, I was just making sure. I make sure I keep these cars straight. So there's the blue one, not the red one.
See,
No, don't get upset. Don't get upset. I'm just trying to get it straight. I'm not picking holes in your story. I'm just making sure we're on the blue car. Okay. So now back to the pregnant lady that gets in the front seat.
So the pregnant lady gets in the front seat, but she's not really pregnant. I don't know that she's not really pregnant, but she says she just needs to ride. I felt bad. She looked really, really pregnant, like 8 months.
I said, I'm just listening.
You know what? I'm not going to help if you're going to do this to me.
Listening and believing.
I really came in this to be honest with you.
Okay, and I'm just listening.
No, you aren't. You're being a dick by saying, That's being a dick to me.
I don't know why you're saying that, but does the pregnant lady know what happened to G? Does she know where Gannon went?
Can I finish?
Yeah, absolutely.
She wasn't really pregnant. She had about, I don't even know how much money inside of this thing that makes her look pregnant. So you know where my mind immediately goes?
Where?
What would you think a pregnant person disguising as pregnant but money in her belly means?
Probably robbed a bank.
Okay, she might have.
Or,
She could be involved in something crazy, right?
yeah. I would be scared of myself, even if it was a woman.
Yeah, because that's pretty scary, right? You're making fun of this like it's...
No, I'm not. If somebody got in my truck with a pregnant belly full of cash, I'd be worried to death. You're right.
I don't know how else to help other than to know we were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay, you talking about Petco?
Yes, because Petco, I just was supposed to walk in Petco, look around, be normal, go drop this lady off somewhere.
Oh, so she told you to walk into Petco?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She forced me.
Of course, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Did she have a weapon, like a gun or a knife or something that threatened you, or what?
How do you think someone would force you? You're sensitive.
No, you're a tough girl, so I'm just gonna take a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. Somebody, yeah. I don't think you'd be scared easy by somebody like that. So that's just what I'm saying. You probably start swinging unless she had a gun or a knife or something.
This is a joke to you.
No, I'm serious. I'm trying to.
You finally are getting like legit, and it's a joke to you.
I'm sorry you think that, but go ahead.
I'm not. Forget it, man. You're not wanting to stand by my side. You don't want to help.
I'm right here standing by your side, listening to the truth. Okay, I'm in believe teacher mode, like I told you.
Yeah, and then what you're gonna do? Tell me I'm telling a lie and hang up?
Are you telling a lie?
No, that's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna believe it. I told you it was beyond your wildest imagination to know he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He was in the wrong place, or y'all were in the wrong place? Okay, we was in the wrong place. Okay, all right. I mean, are you telling me this? I don't know. You want me to believe you, but I feel like you're just telling me something to make me feel better about Gannon missing. Okay, so because it was kind of like the Quincy Brown thing. I mean, now it's a pregnant lady with cash in her belly. Okay, I believe you. What's next? What happened next?
Now you're making sense.
No, I'm trying to make sense of all of it. Okay, you want me to believe you? I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Tell me the rest of the story.
Albert, to sum it up, it's just being caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time with people who are money laundering, wanting me or whoever they can get to deliver a paper to these Mexican restaurants, and you're supposed to get packages back from them. And I wouldn't do it. So that's why we were on County Line Road.
So is that where they were trying to send you, or you just went there because you knew that was out in the boonies?
No, because 25, I got on Interstate 25 and it was backed up.
Oh, so you did like we did that one time and took a detour?
With nothing to do with whatever. They've already searched the entire area. I'm innocent. That's who has Gannon, okay?
The pregnant lady with the cash?
No, because I've already given it to the Mexican guy. Why do you think I told you that about the Quincy thing? Because the whole Mexico. We need to be looking at any routes going into Mexico, and I've been telling you this.
No, but you told no. Okay, all right. I'm out of believe Tisha mode now. Okay, because you told me Quincy Brown was in Colorado Springs. His family told your news reporter that he's in Mexico. Okay, you didn't know that beforehand. And of course, you have nothing to say about that. I'll talk to you later.
Yes. Mr. Grusin, if you would resume your seat and witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Grusing, we talked about just prior to you, us actually listening to that last phone call about Letecia being very focused on herself as opposed to finding Gannon. Did there seem to be a focus on, from her standpoint, on making sure she was going to stay with Al?
Yes.
What's the significance of that in your mind as an investigator?
She wanted finding Gannon to be contingent upon Al coming back into the marriage with her.
Was it fairly consistent that she would precondition giving information on at Mr. Stauch promising to stay with her?
Yes.
Did that help with your building pattern of behavior preparing for her interview?
It did.
Does that also give her a way to calculate the flow of information that law enforcement got?
She was, yes.
In what way?
Well, and Al was doing a good job of deflecting questions. She was probing for what he knew, what he had seen. And as Al and our team knew from now, whatever facts we would give her would shift her story to meet those.
Along those lines, was it clear based on these phone calls that she was very closely following the advancement of the investigation?
Yes. Our primary goal was to find Gannon at this point in the investigation. And we were, information was coming in daily. We had a whole timeline across the break conference room that we would add new data to each day. So even with the story about the pregnant lady and the blue car and whatever else we're trying to compare, it will something new give us a clue to where Gannon is. And then secondly, we're looking at building a case against Letecia and working towards an arrest and an interview.
Okay. So let's jump into that. When was the defendant ultimately arrested?
March 2nd, 2020.
What were circumstances that led to that arrest as it relates to your involvement?
So the sheriff's office and the FBI agents that were assigned the case in Colorado Springs had drafted an affidavit that a judge had signed off on. And our team had been communicating with law enforcement in South Carolina to arrange an arrest and possible interview of her if she was willing to afterwards.
Did you, in fact, travel from Colorado to South Carolina to be participating in that?
Yes.
Was that on March 2nd exactly?
Yes, it was.
Describe for the jury how were you there when she was taken into custody?
I was.
Describe that for the jury.
I was on the very periphery, wasn't close, but it was in a mall parking lot, I believe, and local law enforcement did the arrest. I did come up and introduce myself to Letecia and told her I was with the FBI in Denver and I would like to speak with her, that we were going to take her to a law enforcement facility.
Did you, in fact, then have her transported to that law enforcement facility?
Yes,
Was that at the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
it was.
Did you interview her there?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 354?
I do. That's the DVD of the recording of the interview I had with Letecia. I have initialed it and dated it.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes.
This time I do it for admission of People's Exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 354 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Do you know roughly how long this particular interview is?
Approximately 5 hours.
And let's go over, is there an initial phase of an interview where you maybe are building rapport with somebody?
Yes, letting whoever I'm speaking to understand the purpose of the interview, explaining why I am there. And then because Letecia was not free to leave, I advised her of her rights pursuant to Miranda.
Is it typical to do the advisement of rights under Miranda when somebody's in custody?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
To let her know that she doesn't have to talk to me if she doesn't want to. She can have an attorney present. She's free to leave at any time.
Is this something that you just talk to somebody about? Or is there a form that you...
There's a form that I go through.
Okay. Do you actually have them sign the form?
Yes,
Did you do that with this defendant?
I did.
Do you know what name she used to sign that form?
I don't remember. I'm guessing it's Letecia Stauch.
Does it say Tisha Stauch on it?
That sounds right.
Okay. Did she indicate that she understood her rights?
She did.
Did she even go further than that in trying to put conditions on a specific right as it relates to attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did that indicate that to you, from your perspective, that she appeared to understand those rights and could contemplate them and potentially even try to put additional conditions on them?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to start publishing, and what I intend to do with People's Exhibit 354 is just keep Mr. Grussing on the stand, play portions based on questions that I'm asking. Obviously, the whole interview is in evidence, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, when you're, yeah. pull that chair back a little bit. Oh, we are going to record this.
Judge, I'm wondering if we can check with the jurors to see, this one's a little quieter than the other recorded phone calls, if they can hear this okay.
The other thing is, it sounds as though your plan is to play part of this and then stop it and ask questions during part of it.
That's right. Yeah, I'll do this throughout, Judge.
Okay. I think for the purposes of the record remain clear, you just need to identify the timestamp where you're stopping.
Yeah. I will. Yep.
About as loud as I can make it.
Okay. Let's see.
With protection.
You all hear it okay?
So Letecia and John Grusing with the FBI met you in the mall parking lot. Do you know why you're here? Did they inform you, the officers, of why you're under arrest?
I'm under arrest.
Yes. For Gannon Stauch. Warrant was issued out of Colorado.
Okay, but no, someone could have just called me.
Yeah, and apologize for that. Because of the nature of the warrant, it being a murder warrant, there's, and that's what I'd like to talk with you about today. That's why we're not having a cast of thousands here and whatever, is we would like to get to the bottom of what happened there. I know that a lot of things have gone on with your life, a little bit of how this turns out. Okay, but because you were arrested, you're not free to leave. I need you to sign an advice of rights before we can talk.
Well, I mean, so I'm getting charged with what now?
So you were charged in the judge in Colorado Springs signed off. So the way this case worked was El Paso County got the original case. They didn't have enough manpower to work it.
Okay.
So they called the FBI.
Right.
Part of for the FBI, I'm an extension of the profiling unit, and I came in and assisted. And I've been helping for about the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
So our evidence response team, you've probably seen that on the news, the searches, et cetera. And then other FBI agents have been writing warrants. So warrants have been written. We've gone through the court. El Paso Sheriff Office and FBI have worked together. And we found enough, you call it probable cause, a warrant to be issued. So that's why you're here today.
Okay, a warrant for what though?
It was for the murder.
What
of
murder?
Gannon Stauch.
So Gannon is murdered.
That's what the evidence shows.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share with you evidence, but we can't have a conversation unless you're advised of your rights.
Okay, what am I right?
So this is an advice of rights form. I'll fill it out at the top. And you don't have to answer any question.
Oh, I am.
Okay, so I'm not going to force you to answer anything. If you want this interview to be done, it's done. We're in. Okay. So I'd like you to initial these as we go through them. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you for questioning if you wish. And if you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. I'm not going to force you to say anything.
Okay, so I had already had reached an attorney, but
So it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to say.
I mean,
If you don't
I
want
can talk to you, but I mean, the last time I asked for an attorney, talking to them, I wasn't allowed that after I asked.
that's not how this is going to go. This would be
And
a
I believe you have
conversation
more integrity, FBI, that you would do that.
about a family to protect.
Okay,
So I'm not
so
going to violate any
If you
law.
don't mind doing that at all.
If
But
you-
at any point, I would like to call my attorney.
Yes,
if I feel
ma'am.
is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, so can I write that in somewhere, or?
Well, that's this one right here. If you decide to answer any questions on a lawyer present, you have the right to stop at any
Okay.
time. So And if you need food, water, whatever else,
I don't.
this is not, we're not going to have people with guns standing outside trying to intimidate you. I want this to be your statements in
Okay.
our conversation. So I was thinking of a lot of things to say to you today because I've been helping, I've been involved. I've unfortunately worked a lot of missing kid cases. That's why they called me to do this.
Okay.
Mark, who was the dad, Dylan, who actually was in Colorado Springs with mom, went to go see dad. This was in November of 2012. And then he disappeared. It's a lot like what happened here. What I think happened with Mark is friends, and Mark wouldn't let him go.
Okay.
And I think Mark got upset. I think Dylan did some things that irritated Mark. I think there was just a punch in the face.
Right.
Sort of thing.
Right.
Things went downhill from there.
Well,
And I'm not saying
I
that's
just
what
want to
happened
say
with
to you, I can help you because what you're charging me with is not, or whoever, is not the case. Gannon is alive, okay, and I can help you.
Okay, great.
But see, here's the problem. When I reached out to people about getting help, I said, hey, I need someone who's going to help me to help you guys. I couldn't get that from anyone at all.
We're happy to help you.
Okay, so I understand you might say you have like whatever evidence that you might say you have, but that's not a case. It did not hurt my child. Okay, need more assistance besides FBI. You're probably going to need some DEA. Probably need a lot of help.
I'm happy to get whatever help.
Okay.
How do you know?
But I
why?
can't help you unless people are willing to help me. And I did offer every opportunity to sit down and talk with not only my husband, but with Landon to try to come up with the best thing. I really did. And I've been begging every single day, please, please, please don't say this. Okay? You, I know you're expert in your field, okay? I know you may say you have whatever evidence you have, but it's just not true, okay? It's not.
It's not true that Gannon's dead.
I'm not going to sit here and say 100%. I can tell you that there's really things that wouldn't have occurred. But I can help you guys to know that. And it leads back to some things just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's the truth. That is the very truth. And every day that went by, I had to do nothing but not only protect myself, but protect my family in this, protect other people in this. And that's just what it is.
I think our biggest problem is what happened at the house then.
At the house?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing that would have happened at the house that has anything to do with what I'm talking about. That has nothing to do with anything. Because you guys have like clearly put out this information about Gannon not coming home and then this and that and the other. And I get, like I said, you're expert. People are expert. But it's just the truth. It's not the truth. And until I know that I got to get help from some people other than someone just having me in a room.
You've got to get help to do that.
I got to get help to give everyone what they need because I'm going to need my mom protected. I need my sister protected. And most importantly, I need Harley protected. And on that same note, I'm also going to need other people in Colorado protected. And see, people say FBI can offer that protection.
They can.
How?
If it involves
it
an
mean-
11-year-old, if it involves finding an 11-year-old, then we can.
And it means that we can have new identities.
It does. I've had to do that before. We call it an informant, but we can do it for. We can
How
do
do I
it.
know?
Who else would you trust?
Like I don't know. There's nothing that happened at any house. Nothing that happened at any house that would have hurt, harmed, murdered, done anything to anyone. Okay? Wrong place, wrong time.
You were in the wrong place, or Gannon was?
I was.
What about Gannon?
We all were in the wrong place. Even my family was in the wrong place at our time. Even Rena, even Harley, okay, with all of us in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's where do you on that?
So
But I gotta
just like you have trust issues, let me tell you where I am.
Okay.
So with the FBI, when a child goes missing, if they're underage,
Right.
then we can get involved, and it can be even a kidnapping. So if Gannon is moved from one point to another without his, will, then it's a child kidnapping.
Right.
And so that's what we're working with. And with me as a federal employee, with me working a federal case, because right now it's filed with the district attorney,
Right.
but the U.S. attorney can file it as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
The U.S. attorney is the federal
Okay.
prosecutors.
Gotcha.
Right now it's on the state. When you're talking to me, we are recording this for your integrity in mind.
Right.
But if you'd rather not say something, if I would rather you just say I don't want to answer it instead of telling me something that's not true.
Okay.
Because there's something called false statements, which is it's U.S. Code 1001, to where if you lie to us during an investigation, that can be a year of prison time. So that's why I said on this last one, if you want to not answer a question, I'm not going to push you.
Okay.
Okay. So with these people, taking Gannon or whatever else, if it's not true, just say I'd rather not answer that. Okay, because we're different than your local detectives and whatever else. It's not a felony.
Okay.
Okay. So my goal, though, is to find Gannon.
Right.
And if you need protection, if there truly is someone out there, we can provide that.
That's not me.
Happen though, I will need you to explain what happened from that night.
Which night?
The night that he disappeared.
So I've stopped it at 12 minutes, Judge. Just as a pause. In the beginning portion of that, Mr. Grusing, when you're advising her that she's been charged with murder, it appears that she acts like she's confused. What was your impression of that?
Yeah, so eventually she asked me, so Gannon's been murdered. But yeah, she appeared to be confused as to why she was there and what investigation might have been going on at the time.
She makes a statement, you could have just called me.
Yes.
Was that basically indicating that could have just called her and she would have come in and talked?
Yeah, and that's something I've heard multiple times over my career. Why didn't you just call me instead of I have to be arrested for this?
Were you aware that very early on in this investigation, she was resisting calls from Detective Bethel to come in and give an interview?
I was.
She makes a statement that she's been begging every single day for somebody to help her and says stuff like, I can't help if you don't help me. What was your takeaway from that?
Yeah, I think I could couple that with when she said that she would need even more help than the FBI could provide, whether it's DEA. And then she rolled into she needs secret identities for herself and multiple people. I think she was giving me a task that she thought I couldn't meet, and therefore she might not have to talk about difficult things.
Is the FBI equipped to do those things for witnesses that need protection?
We are. It takes a very extraordinary circumstance, but they could if they had to.
Okay, so I guess the question is if that was actually necessary here, could the FBI have provided that?
Yes.
So you were the right person to talk to if that was the eventuality.
I could get the right person for her.
Okay. You're not omnipotent.
No.
I want to jump into the next section. Did you have a chance to talk with her about the calls that we'd gone over, those consensual recorded calls?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to 12 minutes and 30 seconds, Judge. I can find my mouse on the screen. There it is. It's actually 12 minutes and 33 seconds. I can't get that 3 to cooperate with me.
You mean like talking to him? Oh, okay. So let me just explain that to you. And you might think that's like super, like
I'm not going to
whatever.
judge you here.
Whatever. to him was the reason I already knew someone was listening, but because of him not ever like being like supportive, and I tried originally to talk to him when he first got there, that was the only reason I said this thing, which is because I was out of anger and out of like hurt and not being able to have like, it was nothing to do with like I'm sitting here going to tell you these. That was just anger, stupidity.
Let's pause that 13 minutes and 11 seconds. Picking back up from where we left off, it's at 13 minutes and 11 seconds and playing again from there.
And I already knew, like, if you heard it, you heard me say a lot of times, I know people are listening because I know the same time that someone called, every time I could hear people.
Right.
I knew that. So me saying those things to him was just being, what is the word you want to call it? Selfish or facetious, whatever you want to call it. Just because that was, I was hurt by him not wanting to work together to figure this out, because I did have like originally initial different thoughts on certain things, and that was me trying to like basically read him and try to figure the situation out. So I understand that you may have heard those or whatever you may have heard, and that's okay because that totally that was not me trying to be.
Right.
That was just being stupid to him.
So I have a question.
So, and it's paused right now at 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Mr. Grusing, what were your impressions of her saying that she is giving all this misleading information in those phone calls because she's just angry?
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to comment besides that. Instead of being focused like Al was and the rest of us of trying to find what happened to an 11-year-old boy, she was again focusing on her feelings.
Does it also, though, show potentially that it's very calculated, that she's doing things in response to what's happening in the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we'll just play from here until 15 minutes and 42 seconds. In this particular section, do you remember asking her about mental health and sound mind and those types of things?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll play starting here and go to 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
In regards to that, were you of sound mind? I mean, did you have, are you undergoing any treatment for anxiety or any depression or anything like that right now?
I mean, like, you mean, like, I've had anxiety since I was just like 16.
Okay.
Like, as far as like undergoing like any kind of special treatment, you know, like, sometimes I might have to take like a rest.
Right.
But I didn't see like counselors or anything. And then plus two, like right now with medical records, I'm 8 weeks pregnant, so I can't take any kind of like I mean, I wish I could because then it would help a lot with anxiety. But I can't.
Okay.
But
So you were of sound mind when you were talking to Al. You were upset with him and upset with the situation of him not being by your side through this whole thing.
right, but then at the same time, like I have to sit back and think. You know, in a person's brain, you hear 100 different things. You do whatever. I just wanted him to know, because he knows. Like I've been taking care of our kids like for so long. Like I'm not hearing bash either one of them. They had a lot of different separate situations going on that I've always taken care of the kids. And so there's been times I've protected them from so many people, you know.
So it's now paused again at 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Why are you asking these types of questions about sound mind and mental health based questions?
Well, I spoke with the district attorney's office before the interview, and they suggested that I ask them. I don't always ask these of people that I'm interviewing, but because of the varying stories and because of the district attorney's office and investigators looking forward to trial, we wanted to make sure that she knew what she was doing while she was talking to Al during our investigation, and then while I was even talking to her at the present.
When these types of investigations are ongoing, is the investigation goal to try to build a case that will plead out, or do you have to assume that it will go to trial?
We assume that it'll go to trial.
You asked her, was she sound mind during this time? Do you remember what her response was in that?
She said that, well, I can't remember right after that, but she referenced the reason why she was doing what she was doing to Al was to make him come back to her in the relationship, basically.
In that particular call, or I'm sorry, in that particular portion of the interview, it's at 15 minutes exactly when you ask about were you sound mind, and she says right.
Yes.
And then she goes into that description of taking care of the kids. Does this start to build in your mind when we talk about that pattern of behavior and then that pathway to violence that you talked about? I haven't gotten to the question yet.
Let's get all the way to the end of it first, and then we'll see whether it's leading or not.
Does that information that she's giving you there build into that grievance portion of that pathway to violence?
Yes.
In what way?
She was articulating that in her mind, she felt like she was a good mother and she was a good caretaker for Gannon. And that she had, over the phone calls, expressed multiple grievances. And we actually addressed that later on in the interview when we go through her phone searches. We go into more of the grievance portion later, but just that she brought up her being the caretaker initially is something that we addressed later on in the interview.
Yeah. Do you remember asking her about what kind of dad Al is to you?
I don't.
Okay. Well, let's jump to that portion of the interview starting at 15 minutes and 53 seconds. I'm actually going to jump to 15 minutes and 49 seconds, and we'll play it to 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
I've had to step in and protect them a lot, so many times.
What kind of dad would you say Al was to Gannon or is to Gannon?
Oh, he's a good dad. As far as being there for him and how can I say it? If he says, "Hey, I want to go do something," Albert works a lot, so he's tired, and his hours are kind of up in the air here and there. But for the most part, he is always trying to make sure he put the kids, military first, and always will be. That's the mindset. And then
did you go into the marriage knowing that?
Kids.
The military was first?
Well, I grew up knowing that my stepdad was here. Actually, that's why I was looking at that guy's name. But my stepdad was here. So, I maybe didn't understand it from parent perspective. Spouse perspective, like my mom's perspective.
Right.
But I did understand it from a child perspective. But the thing about it was, Albert didn't have to go be deployed or anything like that. It was mostly work through the night type thing. So it was we were blessed in that way of not having have to see him go overseas.
Right.
So when you're asking her about how Al is to Gannon as a father, she references that she grew up as a military child as well.
Correct.
She mentions her stepdad. At any point, either during the phone calls or up to this point in the interview, did she ever mention any abuse by stepdad?
She did not.
In that last section that we heard where you're asking her about being in sound mind, she mentioned having anxiety and taking lorazepam. Did she mention anything during that section of this interview about having any severe mental health disorders or diseases?
No.
Did she ever mention being in treatment for extended periods of time for any mental health issues?
No.
Did she ever mention losing consciousness and not showing up someplace else that she didn't recognize?
No.
Did you go over family history with her during this interview?
Yes.
So let's watch that next. And it's essentially 17 minutes and 12 seconds to 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
And you guys have been married 6 years, 5 years?
5 years.
5 years. And you came to the marriage with Harley.
Right.
Then Elaine is the youngest.
Right. And then we had like maybe I think 4 or 5 went to like kind of midterm this year just because we always try to like have kids. And I don't know, like something must have happened. Like when I get to a certain point, would have been more kids.
Right.
But yeah.
Do you think Al was faithful to you? Was he cheating on you?
I don't like. We never had like any conversation until like of course now recently. But like prior to that, we never had like like buses or it might be something like Albert's type of person. When he got work, he just liked to come home. He wasn't like want to go do this with people. No, because it wasn't. You know, like not saying you can't. Like I'm sure you might say something like, you know what you're referring to.
Right.
Usually, for the most part, we do it together, do something together, but never really like having people. We never like had issues or anything like that. Most of the time, the issues that we always had was I never wanted the kids to ever come back here. A lot of times they would celebrate and leave again. But he would always say, well, I have to, I'm obligated.
So you don't think he was cheating on you prior to this whole thing? Did you suspect?
That Albert was cheating? No, there's been times in the past where I saw that he's talked to other women, you know, like on messages and things like that. But then he's also like, on my phone in the past, you would have saw that he's always apologized for, you know.
Were you guys considering divorce or no? You and Albert?
I didn't know anything about any kind of divorce. Like I know, like we use the term loosely, you know, because there was a lot of stress having to deal with situation with Brandon. There was a lot of stress because like we fought so hard and so long to get kids to like a safe, you know, situation. So it was very hard to like you read someone and they're so emotionally like upset about the kids not being with us and we not being able to protect them that it was kind of hard. It took a lot, you know, toll throughout that time frame of like Alaska. There was time in Alaska. So during that time in Alaska and stuff, it was very hard to like have to see him be so upset from so many miles away. You know, we get calls that the kids didn't have a place to stay. We get calls that there were guns in the back of their car and people were arrested. And that took its toll in the terms of like figuring we should not have to like go through these things. But then once like we got to Colorado, you know, we all could be in like one place. And then it was like kind of, at first it was like kind of hard because you did, you know, back and forth to Alaska for so long. Because, you know, if you know the background, I had the kids here for their school year.
Right.
For Gannon and Lena. So it was Lena was the first grade year, and Gannon fourth grade year. Yeah. So they would have went to school here. So I had them here with us then. Still with that, it was supposed to like being apart, going back and forth, traveling on holidays,
Right.
things like that. So that would have been more, you know, difficult time. Like so when we got to Colorado, it was just like, okay, we're here. You know, we are together. And we said stupid things to each other. But like the things that we could do to be like, okay, we'll forget all this, or if you do this, we'll do it and forget all this.
Right.
But okay, at least.
Paused at 21:20. And before I jump into these next questions, just noticing the time. Do you want me to go to about 10:30 and then?
It's up to you. I was actually just going to say whenever you can find a break. So
Okay.
it's up to you.
Okay, sounds good. This particular section, Mr. Grusing, was she able to recount details over this 5-year period that her and Mr. Stauch have been together?
Yes.
Did she indicate any trouble on remembering these details?
No.
Did she also even give you recounting silly arguments that they would have, that kind of thing?
Yes, she did.
Did that indicate to you that she appeared to be able to recall things fairly easily?
Yes.
Do you remember talking with her about where she starts talking about people are being upset, and she uses the words hard part. This is the hard part.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and watch that section. And this is from 2345 to 2551. I'm actually going to start at 2335, and then we'll go to 2551.
From a distance going through that, because they'll deal with dads 14 years later who are looking for their daughters at bus stops and malls or whatever. So,
And see, that's the hard part is like people are like, being upset, and I'm like, I haven't had the opportunity to like even just sit down and be like, okay, well, this is, I've given my life to take care of these children. I have. They shouldn't.
Right.
And that I've done that. And it's so hard because inside that, I don't get to express that emotion to have, to say to anyone, anything like that. No. It's difficult. Because I've had to just be like, how can I make the situation back, let's be honest.
I'm John.
John.
Yeah.
I mean, like Albert was talking about, and again, what do you make? I mean, literally, woke up on Christmas. I always make it about the kids and Christmas because they don't get to spend Christmas with them. So, like, if they went home for the holidays, they might leave, go back out. We might not see them until, January. So, I always spent my time trying to make sure every time, I didn't believe in certain holidays, I didn't believe in Halloween, but to make sure every holiday was, like, revolved around the situation. So, if you look at the situation, I went, we have every house and cars and we have whatever. So I worked my entire life. So to me, it's like everything I worked so hard for, everything I worked in the military or, service and things like that, no matter how much we had did on that, it took us everything to get to.
Right.
And that was where we were at in our safe spot. So for a person who can, take care of everyone and do everything for everyone, and then just cannot do it for a split second, that's the hardest part. Knowing that this is an image getting fed on me, all these horrible things, all these things that are just not true.
Well, that's what we'd like to get to today.
And that's,
And so, Mr. Grusing, where she's talking about, I've given my life to take care of these kids, is this building more on that grievance portion that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I was asking her about, I was talking to her about when kids go missing, how hard it is on parents, families, society, etc. And then she, talked about herself again, and then what she tried to do to be a mom. And I would see that as, and then she went from there to holidays, so she wasn't going where I would like her to go to see the gravity of us looking for an 11-year-old child.
Is that another indication of trying to distract away from the main focus of what this investigation was about?
Yes.
Judge, this might be a good time. The next section is about 13 minutes long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a morning break. If I could have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own investigation about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you all back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh my God. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to send you a bunch of pictures. Okay, Angel. Building memories. Memories are awesome. When might be in Ica Mills? Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen her for a while. Well, I don't know if it's male or female, so
He
I'll
may all
just
be
say
seated,
when.
Mr. Grusin, and go ahead and step
Okay,
down if you
good.
would like. I just want to alert council, I think this afternoon, at some time we can either do it before we start the afternoon session or towards the end of the day. I would like to go through, because I think we're paramount into the evidence. I want to go through and compare admitted evidence exhibits, make sure that we all have the same ones. And then that way, if there's something that is amiss, you can think about it over the weekend and figure out some sort of solution. But with that, we'll see everybody at 10:45.
Okay, thanks.
All rise.
That, Judge, he has a deep voice. Okay, now, I want to say to everybody, I'm so sorry for being late. I hate being late. It's a pet peeve. But my daughter's in Florida, so I got the 5 kids. And we had an ice storm last night that started because, last week we were in 70s and 80s, so everything melted. Well, when it started yesterday, everything froze, so there's ice underneath, and then the snow we got was wet. So that sucked. But their school was 2 hours late. See, they don't close schools around here in my state. They go. It doesn't matter. How is everybody though? Okay, sorry about that. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, I can't remember what I was gonna say. Okay, and then I got their animals, and then okay, you guys know my youngest son. There's a lot of heartache going on there, so I'm gonna go. There's gonna be someone else taking over here for me. Then I'm going to go to his place, which is another 40 minutes away. So let's see, 3 hours or more altogether I'd be driving. Well, I didn't realize my kids unplugged my laptop. Ain't that funny? I'm like, no. Okay, let me show you the kitty and the dog. Hold on. Well, this is too weird. Okay, something to look at. Hold on, I'm coming, people. Okay, this is their golden retriever. He's such a sweet boy. He's a good dog. I don't even think he's a year old yet. He's huge. And I don't have Nala with me, my Pomeranian, but I'm gonna have her come on stream sometime. Find another one. Okay, this is my daughter's baby kitty. Do you see her? Look at that sweet girl. Look at her. Ain't she cute? One more time. Look at that baby girl. So yeah, I'm babysitting the animals too. I know, ain't she precious? I'm not sure how many weeks she is. You hear somebody hammering? Oh, at your place. I'm like, here? No, I'm out in the country. There ain't nothing up here. Oh, okay, guys. Let me show you something here. Give me another minute. Hold on, hold on. Boy, is this laptop slow. Holy crap. Come on now. Okay. And this is what I'm dealing with. Hold on. Okay, you guys ready for this crap? Here we go. That's what I'm dealing with, people. Yep. I mean, it ain't nothing, but it is something because it's all ice, actually. Oh, it sucks, man. I don't like it at all. But yeah, my daughter has a beautiful home, and she's on 40 acres, but she has 4 boys and 1 girl, so yeah, she needs all this land. And the youngest two, no, all of them, they got snowmobiles. The one that's really into it, he's 9, and then they got motocross. And what they do is they make racetracks on part of their land for the boys. So they're all boys, believe me. So I figured we could look at this and, not look at me. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of my daughter. She just turned 33. Her and her hubby are doing really good. She bought her first house, let me think, 11 years ago? She was 20 or 21. What am I saying? What are you trying to say, Kit? Oh, I'm trying to say, look at what I'm dealing with. So I just thought I'd show you, the snow, the ice, and the animals. Oh, thank you. I don't feel like it, but thanks. You know how girls they get depressed and down on themselves. Yeah. Oh, okay, got you, Dippy. Okay. I was having a blonde moment. I can't find the video of Nella right now. Oh well. Thank you. Where's it at? This is my favorite part of their property. Over in there. Maybe sometime I will show you the tracks that they race on. These kids nowadays, because what are they? They're 11, 9, let's see, 7, 5. Adrian's what, 16 or 17? They got all these different devices. They help me fix my phone, my laptop. It's amazing what kids do nowadays. It looks like a picture, yeah. Yeah, I've taken some really nice pictures. They get hit really bad with snow up here, though, because she's in the middle of nowhere. They don't plow. A plow comes through like a day or two later. They don't drop ice, only sand. It's crazy. Oh, are you motocross? Yeah. Their grandpa bought 2 of them, or they got 3 of them, I think. They're spoiled. Yeah. Okay, let me stop. See if they're back. Nope, but we'll have it open and ready so I don't mess up again. Ta-da! My dad? Hey, the boys will crash. I know that for sure. They got the next person to take over to watch them. Like I said, my daughter's in Florida. He races snowmobiles all over the U.S. And let's see, about 2 months ago, he got first in our state. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. He's really taught my one grandson how to be responsible on a snowmobile. Oh, not now, later. Okay. You know what, Dippy? I kind of agree with that. Let me tell you something funny. People that commit crimes, okay, they end up coming into areas like this and hide out. There's a lot of bad out here. And, me and us doing true crime, I'm very protective of the kids out here, big time. Teaching them stranger danger. There's a guy that got, he broke out of, I don't know if the prison or the jail around here, but he went in hiding in this area. My daughter's husband, my son in law, works for the sheriff, but I can't put any pictures of him or anything like that online. See, there's good cops and there's bad cops, okay? Because I remember when poor I felt sorry for my son-in-law when Derek Chauvin did what he did to George Floyd. He's one of the good guys, my son-in-law, but during that he got treated like shit. But he's really good with inmates to and from the prisons. But he knows he's got to be on guard at all times. They could act like they like you, your friend, and then shake your ass. Chesterfield, South Carolina. Are you live in South Carolina? Oh, you know what? I think I do got a funny picture though. Hold on. That's interesting. I'm looking for something, you guys. Hold on. Can't believe they haven't started yet.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to.
Uh-oh.
Matter of,
Go ahead.
with respect to the agent now.
Agent Grusing.
Yes.
Okay.
But he's testified that he's essentially an FBI profiler. That he's got a lot of experience with that. He's been an agent for a long time. He's mentioned lots of cases. He compared. Very experienced FBI profiler. Runner under People v. Stewart. Colorado Supreme Court. I would object to any senescence or tantamount. Agent. We're talking about language of, these are grievances that lead to the pathway to violence and stuff like this. This is expert testimony. And this testimony was, or this information that is being used in this testimony was gained by being an FBI profiler. And, regular people, lay people, this isn't a lay opinion. They don't go around talking about pathways to violence in this grievance language that leads to pathways to violence. This is information and testimony that comes from, and is directly from being a longtime FBI profiler. We have expert reports about this FBI profiling material. It's not endorsed as an expert. If we had known that this testimony was going to include this expert FBI profiling type testimony, we would have done a Shrek hearing. There's, a lot of information out there in other reports that, talk about some problems with profiling in general, that it has a lot of holes in it. There could be a lot of problems with that. So based on that, I know he's got a lot of good, relevant information to testify to for the people, but them trying to elicit this pathways to violence and grievances leading to this and, this other information, I think is wrong. I think it's moreover, we want expert information and testimony and opinion.
Okay, so in summary, what I understand is that, first of all, do you have a citation on Stewart?
I do.
And while you're looking for that, as I understand it, the summary essentially of the argument is that Mr. Grusing was not endorsed to testify as an expert, has not provided any expert reports regarding the pathway to violence, which he has referenced. Is that accurate?
I could clarify one.
Okay.
He actually was endorsed as an expert.
He was endorsed.
He was endorsed as an expert. I had filed a motion for expert disclosure for support Shannon. I asked for a summary of their opinions on the basis for them. We were then told that all of the opinions of the expert were provided in the reports. Nowhere in this agent's reports does he mention anything about FBI profiling or that this was a pathway of violence, that this was grievances or any of this type of information. It's not disclosed in any of his reports. And so we specifically asked for that so we could prepare for expert testimony to rebut some of this type of information. And we're told that any type of information provided in the reports.
Okay, so now I understand that he was endorsed as an expert,
Yes. I'm
But
sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke.
but this information was not provided in his expert report.
We didn't get an expert report. All we have is this FBI, the reports like every other agent gave. And we have no report. We have a CV from him, but nothing in any of his reports that he was going to give in this type of opinion.
Mr. Allen?
And Your Honor, just while I have it up in front of me.
Yes.
It's the Colorado Supreme Court, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
And 55 P3rd 107.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
So Judge, he was endorsed as an expert, obviously didn't move to have him qualified as an expert. In Discovery, we released his CV, which starts on page 45-0168. It's a 24-page CV, which might be the longest CV that I've released in Discovery. But it's got extensive information about his background and training and things that he's done, including things with BAU, talking about serial killers, all that kind of stuff, school shooters, Scott Kimball investigation. And the basis of his testimony has been in my intention is to continue to have him testify as to his experience and training and how he is using that in this interview to gain information from this defendant to continue on with this particular interview. That's been the entire basis of these types of questions. And a grievance is just really somebody feeling like they have a grievance. That's all that is. There's no specialized training for that necessarily. If somebody is complaining about something, people understand that to be, they think that there's a grievance that they have. We're not asking for expert testimony. Didn't qualify him as an expert, went through his background because that is important. It does inform how he does this interview. And I would ask the court to, well, one, I'm not sure exactly what the objection is from the defense because we've had both attorneys talking about it. And it's been different statements from both of the defense attorneys. And so just allow us to continue to go through his direct examination.
And I'll clarify that. The degree is testifying as a lay expert. His opinion based on his training and experience is banned by people. The degree that they want to qualify as an expert, we have a violation of the court's order regarding experts.
All right. Is Agent Bruce? He is back there. Okay, good. Here's how I see this. I did enter an order that required that if the witness were going to provide expert testimony, that a report regarding that expert's testimony needed to be provided so that it could be disclosed. I understand that Mr. Brucing has been endorsed as an expert. He's not been offered as an expert at this point in time, but he's been endorsed as an expert. It's not clear to me. It appears to me that Agent Brucing did offer some, or he's mentioned in the reports, or he has some reports, but apparently does not have or did not disclose the opinions that the defense is requesting. What I would order is I think that Agent Brucing needs to stay away from the phrase pathway to violence. I think he can testify as to why he was directing the interrogation in certain manners. I think the issue of him saying, well, I wanted to keep her talking, I don't really know that that's any different than anybody else, frankly, that's testified here. I was telling her this because I was hoping that I would get her talking. At one point, I think it was in the video. I don't think it was independent testimony from Agent Brucing, so I think it was in the video. At one point, he mentioned something about the Dylan Redwine case, but I think that was in the video, and he was trying to get the defendant talking about that and trying to explain his experience. I think all of those are appropriate. I think it's appropriate for Agent Brucing to say, to an extent, this is what I was trying to get her to do. I think it is inappropriate for Agent Brucing, and Agent Brucing would be prohibited from saying, for instance, in this case, well, I was doing this investigation, and because of a technique that I learned in the Dylan Redwine case, this is what I was trying to do here, because I think at that point, a jury could conceive that he, based on his education, experience, and training, is equating Ms. Stauch with Mark Redwine, and that does not appear to be the case here. So I think that there are things that he can talk about. I've not heard him say that, even though he is a profiler, yet heard any testimony that he developed a specific profile about the defendant, that she had certain characteristics or certain traits which would be consistent with, for instance, a serial killer or something like that. I've not heard any of that. I remember we got an objection about that. And Mr. Allen assured me that we were not going there. We have not gone there. So I think that he can say, I was trying to get her to talk. I was trying to get her. And my hope was that so long as we didn't directly, I'm not sure it was Agent Grusing, but somebody at some point in time said, so long as we did not directly accuse her of murdering Gannon, we thought we could keep her talking. I think that's appropriate. So far, I have not seen anything from Agent Grusing's testimony that is outside the parameters that I've already mentioned. So while the objection is there, at this point in time, it's overruled. If it becomes more prevalent or you think you need to lodge an objection, you can and ask to approach, and I'll deal with it then.
And the only other thing that we just do at this point in time too, we are objecting to this agent giving an opinion regarding her sanity under Rule 403. And the reason being is we've had a lot of, he went into quite a length about his training as an FBI profiler, as his experience with serial killers, all of this kind of stuff. And I think because we've had all of that under 403, I think the jury would give more weight based upon his training and experience. And I don't think under 403 that's cured even by saying in your lay opinion, because I don't know how you take out 20 plus years of FBI profiling to give a lay opinion on this. We've had a plethora of lay witnesses testify that it's her sanity. This witness, because of the background that was given at the beginning of his testimony, I just think under 403 I'd ask accordingly.
I'm going to require Mr. Allen that you not ask that question until we get to the end of the testimony, and then we can take it up then. I want to see what other foundation is laid at that point in time regarding his contacts with Ms. Stauch. It appears it's primarily this video.
Well, no, that's not accurate, Judge. If we're saying contacts, we've got a plethora of recorded phone calls. We've admitted 16 of them, but there's even more than that we didn't decide to admit. As you know, there's some that are over an hour long. There's some that are shorter in length. We're talking with this interview, which is almost 5 hours long, plus all of these others, that it's, as far as law enforcement investigators, some of the longest contact with this defendant of anybody.
I want to wait until I get to the end of
Yeah.
his direct, and before you ask that question, ask to approach, and then we'll see where we are there. I think I understand the issue from the defense is not so much contact as it is because of this witness's background and expertise. They may give more weight to his opinion than they would to just a lay opinion. So,
Yeah. No, I understand that as well, Judge. I think that if we are making that sort of decision, and we can talk about this again later, but if we're making that sort of decision that based on we're guessing that the jury is going to give a particular witness more credibility or less credibility, I think is we're invading the province of the jury. They get to understand and make those decisions in private in their deliberations, and we should not invade that. And I think case law is very clear about that. One last thing, Judge, just so that the record's clear on the prior cases, examples that Mr. Grusing gives during the pendency of this interview and that sort of thing. You notice I haven't asked any questions about serial killers or anything like that, trying to draw parallels. I'm not even asking about prior cases, even though it's prevalent in this particular interview. If there were concerns from the defense about those issues and topics coming up in this interview's been out in discovery for, years. This is the first time we're hearing about it in the midst of trial, in the midst of testimony from Mr. Grusing. I just think it's improper to do it now under these conditions when there was plenty of opportunity to do it prior to, with the caveat that obviously I'm not drawing special attention to these issues. It's just going to continue to flow in this interview.
I'm noticing she had these grievances, and that would then be a motive for her to commit this type of violent act based upon the way. And it's not all the way there, but we're getting, for me, it's getting pretty close. Grievances lead to that, and that's specific one, and we were unaware of it until this point in time. I'm not, the stuff in the interview technique, that's fine, and the stuff I need to keep her talking, that's fine. It's the stuff that's, I've noticed this, I've seen this in other people, and it seems like he was leading up to this type of thing. That's the specific thing that we're.
Okay. All right. I think we've all made the argument. I've given us a pathway forward, and that's where we will go. Agent Grusing, do you have any questions about the parameters that I expect?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and bring
Do you want Mr. Grusing back on the stand?
Yes, please. Agent, if you, Special Agent Grusing, or I'm sorry, it's now Mr. Grusing, if you would.
Only
resume-
Mr. Grusing.
If you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect. With that, Mr. Allen.
Judge, we just need the screen back on.
Right.
So, Mr. Grusing, in this next section that we're going to watch, which is 25 minutes and 55 seconds through 38 minutes and 28 seconds, you discuss victimology. Just so that the jury understands what victimology is, will you explain that?
It's just simply the study of the victim. So for someone like Gannon, we just try to find out as much as we can about him to maybe lead us to what happened to him.
Okay. We'll start that now at 25:55.
But first, let's go to Gannon, because what we do is called victimology. Have you heard of that before? So victimology is we find out as much as we can about Gannon, the victim. And even if he's safe somewhere, even if he's not, knowing more about him, especially since you were the last person with him, helps us to try to figure out, like, say we don't have a suspect, somebody killed, but we have nothing. Then we will look at that person to see what drew that homicide there. Why did those two people interact at that time? And then we'll also do things like the subject, the situation, and the location. So something happened. Gannon's here. You have someone or something that did him harm, and then you have why the location. So we have those three things. And, we've looked through your house and, done the CFI stuff and looked at all that, body fluids all over the house and garage and whatever else. So that's all been done. I'm curious to see your challenges of Gannon here when you had to be a parent, and then there. Challenges, successes, whatever else. What special attention did he need? What can you tell me about him?
Well, here he was younger, mature a little bit different towards, like 6. So, like, here he was more so of like, let's see. Like, at that time and situation here, okay, so prior to that, we never got to see him at stuff, like every other weekend for a long time.
Okay.
Right? All right, so then when Albert, we finally pay all the money, Albert had to choose between getting out of the military or the kids in a way, kind of, because mom wasn't given any or whatever. So then that's when we step in and say, we're going to keep them here in our home here, and I'll stay here with them, and then we'll go from there.
Right.
So during that time, he also didn't get to see his mom. Aisha didn't have a place to live. She had a baby, but then mainly to her, not going to trash her. She was basically who didn't take care of them. Who wouldn't take care of them like they should,
Okay.
with her being pregnant in
Right.
that situation. So with mom not having that foundation support, she wasn't able to come to the house a lot. And when she did come to the house, each time she came, that she was like, oh, she just wasn't in a good place. So I let her stay at her home. And Gannon had a tough time every time because in his mind, he just wanted to be like a stepsister.
What? His stepsister?
Yeah.
You mean Harley?
No.
Oh, Landon's?
Yeah. No.
I don't.
Mia.
Mike.
Mike. Sorry. Mike, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he wanted it to be like Mike started, which was they go to house for a week.
Right.
He said
Got it.
that was Gannon's mindset when he was here. Grandparents, amazing people, which is Landon. And, amazing people, Grandma, I think Grandma, Nana, and Poppy. Great people. They would always come get them on weekends and things like that, so that I'd have time to do whatever I needed to do, or if I wanted to go shopping or hang out with whatever. So we had all that, going on here, and then this in peace was,
Yep.
Gannon would do his schoolwork, very smart. I think he made all A's here in fourth grade. I'm pretty sure he made all A's. So made all A's here, didn't have like an issue at all.
What did he like when he got home from school? Because Albert's out, you're having to take care of him.
Well, to be honest with you, I got him from after school, which was about like 5:30ish. So by the time we did homework, all those things, it was almost time to get ready for bed.
Are you doing his homework with him? Is he doing it on
Right.
his own? What?
See, the difference between schools, and I'm not trying to talk about Colorado if you're from Colorado, the difference between Colorado and South Carolina schools was South Carolina did a lot more with history and those type of things for Colorado. So he did struggle with history, so we had to sit at the table a lot of times and really work on he was a mathematician. So like his dad. Gannon is just like his dad. He is so mathematically inclined, engineer type brain. So when it came to history and
Right.
reading science stuff, unless it was something he liked, he didn't like. So we spent hours sometimes, working on those things. But with knowing the curriculum, it was easy to already knew. And so by the time we did that, it was time for him to go to bed. Yada yada. So that was,
It's here. So,
yeah.
And what about in Colorado?
So,
Is that different?
well, when we get to Colorado, of course, I start them in school, which would have been August. Okay. So I start them in school. It was a big help because Gannon is at this point a little bit more mature. He knows he'd stay with us. Because I took him to Alaska and homeschooled him before we got to Colorado. I homeschooled him for those 2 months. And then we transitioned into Colorado. Actually, it wasn't August. I'm sorry, I told you the story. It was that January that we got here because I homeschooled him November, December, not of this past time, but of the year
Got it.
before. Okay, sorry.
So January 2019.
Yes, so I homeschooled him 2018, November, Christmas time because mom couldn't get him in for whatever reason. Then we came on to, but I think she ended up getting him and she flew them back to Colorado for a week or something. She got him for a week maybe. Flew them back to Colorado. So January 2019, we would have started school in Colorado.
Okay.
Great. So get him in school, which Colorado, he was like middle May. So February, March, April. Okay. So it was pretty simple in the terms of we would do he never had homework in Colorado for some reason. So it was always Albert would be make him write their labs or it was time for them to go to summer.
What time did he normally get home from school?
Well, around that time he went to another school because this new school wasn't built.
Okay.
So it would have been 3:45, 4 o'clock, maybe just because it happened coming from school. And then coming, let's see, fall. Yeah, so they came back in August. So we went on, Gannon went with us on a big cruise in the summer because he didn't want to go. Right away, we gave him a choice. You want to go on a family cruise or you want to go, to, he said you want to go on a big cruise, Dominican, and I forgot. So it was just me, him, Harley, and Albert. So it was just the four of us, and
Okay.
Lena didn't go. So we all went on this family cruise, and had a great time, whatever. And then, of course, they come here for the summer, and then they get ready to come back for fall. So they come back for fall, and at this point in time, I was working. Albert was doing like shifts, like 3-2.
You had your teaching job and
Yeah, 3-2, 3-2, working, all these.
Okay.
Well, Harley was working, I think, and starting like college. So we were all pretty busy, like throughout the day, and then in the evening it was kind of like come in, grab this. But then I was coaching, so as I was
Where were you coaching?
softball. So as I was
At your school?
at the high school. So as I was coaching softball, I probably didn't get home sometimes till like 5:30, maybe sometimes later, just depending on if it was a game or practice. So honestly, a lot of the help had to come from either Harley doing a lot of it, if Albert was working, or Gannon had to independently do a lot of it himself.
How did he get home?
Which they were teaching. At this point in time, they were in the new school.
Right.
So the new school, because we lived 1.5 miles out, the new school allowed him to. If not, they had the rest of the way they had.
Okay.
So coaching was over. Probably around. It's weird because they do softball first time. So coaching was over maybe around. So, Gannon started having a hard time because he didn't want to go home for Thanksgiving. When I tell you Gannon, he loves his Nana. Like that's his. If it was up to him, he'll just
There's a
be
banana.
at Nana's house all the time because he loves Nana. So he wanted to go because he has two little boy cousins. If you know, Gannon, we're sisters. He doesn't have any brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So he, in his way, those two little boys are like his brothers.
Okay.
So if he goes to Nana's house, he can spend a lot of time with his little cousins. And then they can all just hang out. He didn't get to go for Thanksgiving. Albert had to work. So we I don't really cook. It's always like eating out.
Right.
So I just said, hey, listen, we'll go out to dinner. We did all this Thanksgiving. Tried to make it up the best that I could get because I'm not his mom. But he wanted to be there with people, because the holidays and and then of course Christmas came around. Everything kind of happened at Christmas, but then we worked it out and I figured out a plan to get him home for Christmas.
The bananas for Christmas?
Spend time with the family, yeah. Because mom never had a house. So Albert said it's okay if they go and then they have to get me. And that was our biggest worry. It's have you ever been here before today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you look on the boulevard and things like that, there's a lot of not the best places, and that was where they were staying at one point, when they would come. And so that was why we were
Right. Okay. So then, is Gannon responsible for taking his own? He has ADHD medicine, right? Does he do that on his own? Do you help him with that?
Most of the time, how it worked is I got all lunchboxes ready, set them on. We've been in the house with the stove that's in the corner by the refrigerator. We would set lunchboxes out, snacks, and let them pick. And he always picked before Lena because he just knew that he could get it. If he beat her up, he could pick the snacks he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So he would pick the snacks that he wanted, and I would lay his. If Albert wasn't getting them up, I would lay his ADHD 5 ants, 20 milligrams. I would lay his 5 ants. And so
What form is it? Is it just tablet? Or?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would lay it on the counter, and he would know, come in and take it.
How does he take it? Is it with water?
Yeah. He doesn't even use water half the time.
Right.
He's been taking it since he was 5.
Okay.
So
Is there any other that he's on or no? Like Adderall or anything?
I don't know. I think when he was 5, they tried one medicine, but 5 ants worked. That was it. That was the one.
Any of the other kids on medication?
Mm-mm.
Or what about you or Al?
I don't know. Other than when I told you about
Uh-huh.
lorazepam, but see, the thing about lorazepam was they might give it to me and I might not get it again. It's 30 tablets, but it's only for panic attacks. As far as Albert, I know he has the gout. finally, I'm
Right.
sure it's nothing that
But
happened.
nothing that he could, Gannon could mix up medications with or whatever. Take
I don't-
somebody else's meds or anything.
Not that I'm worried. Now there's stuff in the counter from like probably old stuff, like like probably had her wisdom teeth taken out. I think I did, but I'm pretty sure he might have been smoking. Get rid of that stuff. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But none of us had like any like
So, in that particular recounting of, you lead into asking challenges with Gannon. Again, from your perspective, does she appear to be able to recount things and have strong memory recall ability?
Yeah, she walked us through his childhood, South Carolina, Alaska, Colorado, when he got home from school, what courses he did well in, what courses he struggled in. So, yes,
Did it sound like fairly normal family life?
it did.
Did you ask about bath salts and the hike from Sunday, January 26th?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. It's going to be from this point up to 4330.
I'm asking you that because of the bath salt deal that he came up with. That was on the hike day, wasn't
okay.
it?
So the bath salt thing was totally because they did this drug class. Same class that where these people came in and they dressed up in like I say dressed. They were professional. They are medical professionals. They dressed in their outfits and all the things, and they let the kids pretend they were working on what do we call it? Like as if they were doing CPR and all that.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
during that time frame, they went over all these different drugs. So they talked about what your life is on crack. They talked about, all these. It was very, very in depth for fifth grade. But at the same time, you got to think it was probably a good thing to.
So was Gannon telling you about that? Or did you find out from a teacher? Or how did you find out they had this in-depth conversation?
Well, I knew because they did it at our school first. So they did it
I got it.
They did our school first. So it was something once they found out they did our school and they saw all the pictures and things like that, other teachers wanted to know about it. So when the other teachers wanted to know about it, they, went around different schools and they signed I think Albert signed a permission slip or maybe sent an email to the teacher or whatever that it was okay for him.
So was Gannon fascinated with the bath salt thing, or how did that conversation happen? Because I know that seemed to be important, during the hike and afterwards.
Well, he was okay, so we delivered these. We never knew what they were. We were told meat, we were told whatever. We don't know. But Albert would always talk to Gannon about anytime people had anything. Drugs. He would always say, these are bad people. Things like this. This is bad things.
Right.
Gannon already had some sort of and because he had that sort of explanation, he always had questions because
Right.
that was always the thing. Baby knows of him. That was his main concern. Was wanting to know these things because he was curious of how
But were you guys on the hike when he brought it up, or where were you?
he had already brought it up prior to the hike. He had already said something when he came home after this.
Was it a concern for you? Tell me what he said and how your conversation
I don't honestly, sir. I don't remember. I just remember he was telling us about the different things that they were talking about. And then I was like, "Oh, did you guys do this?" And they were like, "Yeah." So it was kind of mimicked the same way.
Mm-hmm.
So we did talk about that.
Was that before hike, you said?
Yeah, leading up to it, before the hike, there was a lot of talk about it, for a little bit, and then of course, he said a few things.
What did he say?
I just remember he was talking to me.
And was it concerning to you? What he was saying? Like he really wanted to try these things? Or what?
I didn't think anything about him wanting to try any of it, do anything with it. Know that he said something about it, and because we went that fall,
When he said something, what did he say?
he just asked me about, in general, about if we had that. Because, to be honest with you, he had already pooped how many times?
So he said that after he pooped on the hike?
He pooped a couple of times on the hike.
Yeah.
Like, when I say poop, I don't mean like.
Just a little bit to where
Right. Right. And so it was the whole thing of that also just, I think he just wanted to relax. Because he ended up taking 2 baths. So
Now,
I think he
you,
wanted to.
and this, I don't want to be weird, but are you giving him baths? Is he taking them?
No. And then goes by himself. And he's very like helpful, independent. Like I've taught him so many independent skills where he can go in there and just now don't forget to like bring his clothes up or simple things like that.
Okay. So he takes 2 baths that night, or 1 bath that night, 1 the next morning, or?
I think when we got home, we took one. Me and Lena went to go get food. And then I can't use the bathroom again. I think Lena got back. And then she took one somehow.
So, Mr. Grusing, in that portion of the interview, we're talking about the hike and bath salts. Again, did she appear to have ability to recall those details as well?
Yes.
Is that markedly different than when you're talking about trying to get details as to what happened again?
Yes.
In what way?
She's comfortable talking, and as you mentioned, she's giving details, and she can clearly remember what was going on, just even from her comfort in talking to me.
And this is from what she's describing here is from the hike that occurred on the afternoon of January 26th of 2020.
Yes.
Did you ask her about what does it look like if her and Gannon argue?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. We're going to jump to just a little bit ahead, 44 minutes and 45 seconds. We'll play this through 49 minutes and 12 seconds.
So what does an argument look like with Gannon? Have you guys ever argued?
Like maybe like in Myrtle Beach, we would have been like we're so much alike. So we are so much alike in terms of we both have stomach problems. So, we both have like anxiety, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
And he's so kind and like kind-hearted, and then the point of like we can get upset about something, but then the next minute he'll be like I am. He'll be like, oh, look about something. We'll just say something. Or we have tremendously increased the amount in Myrtle Beach. I don't think I ever. I love you. Or like, like holiday might come, but like since having him all the time, it became more of like I would hear I love you all the time, So I feel like it was
The holiday, the Christmas before, that's what you're saying? He disappeared?
You what now?
When you said around the holiday, he was saying, I love you?
I'm saying like once we started more and more having, then he and I became a lot closer because of just like wanting to have that connection with both the kids.
Surely you had some arguments with him, though. Did you ever have to discipline him or no?
Well, I never spanked any of each other, never, because I just don't believe in spanking. So never had that. Now, as far as like, okay, you are in trouble, you're going to do this. Yeah, that's any kid with any of them.
What's the biggest disagreement you had with Gannon?
The biggest disagreement. Probably because he doesn't. And again, he probably shouldn't have this on him, but not like seeing the light. Oh, he couldn't come. He was so like forgiving. It's okay, mommy don't have money. if I said anything like, well, and I probably shouldn't have, but I did, I would be like, well, she quit doing this, she could pay for it. And I would always figure out a way, but then it was like, I'd say, I wanted him to see that.
Was this a certain incident?
Do I know?
The biggest disagreement you had, was this at a certain time, or you
No,
just
we never
talking?
had like big, like there was never any like big all out. When you say disagreement, like clashes or like screaming, shouting?
I'm a parent, so I've had mine.
You mean
Disagreements,
like just
yelling at the kids.
like that kind of disagreement, but never not like a
So what's the most upset you've been with him?
where we like.
Or you've had to yell, and you had to yell at my kids.
I got you. I see what you're saying. So like where we've had to like fuss at each other over whether or not he did something, if he did something or
That
not.
has to happen if you're a parent.
Right.
I'm judging you.
Saying, I thought you were asking
Again,
me like
no,
you were like.
I'm more looking at this from Gannon's point of view. I'm not judging you.
No, I thought you were asking me more of like, like whippings or like
Beating
switches or like something like that.
So
No,
what's the most intense time you've had with Gannon? As far as you're yelling, he's yelling, that sort of thing. That has to have happened, especially with that kid.
I mean, yeah, of course.
So what time do you remember?
Probably times that I don't remember specific times. I say all revolved around Albert, like not being disciplined,
Well,
disciplinary enough.
when Gannon was just doing something that's totally irrational and unreasonable. I have a boy, I know.
Yeah,
They don't behave all the time.
right.
What did Gannon,
I don't know of any like specifics. I just know that we would have, like if it would have been something that wasn't in what our teachings were, we would have, of course, yelled
so
at
you
each
never
other.
had to yell at him that you remember?
I just said that to you. I said there have been plenty of times.
Yeah, but I mean a specific one.
So, Mr. Grissing, in that portion of the interview, when you're asking about the biggest disagreement that she had with Gannon, she referenced Gannon's mother. Did Gannon's mother and the relationship that Gannon had with his mother become a fairly consistent theme as it relates to her feeling like she wasn't getting credit?
She mentioned that a couple of times, yes.
Okay. And in that particular one, she mentioned that he's very forgiving to his mom, and she being the defendant, wanted Gannon to see that his mom wasn't doing the right things,
Yes.
almost seeming to want to discredit Gannon's own mother.
Correct.
In Gannon's eyes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask, or did she eventually give a description of Gannon being in a very upset rage and having some sort of a knife or box cutter?
She did.
All right, let's jump to that section, and we're jumping ahead about a minute to 50 minutes and 10 seconds. And we're going to play it to 55:32.
Gannon wouldn't like yell back. Gannon would not like yell back and be like, like confrontational. So Gannon would not. Like, he might say something smart
How did he react?
under his breath.
Do you have an incident you remember, or no?
No,
When you had to put your foot down and say, Gannon, that's not acceptable.
no. Like if I said that, he pretty much listened to what I said.
Yeah.
It was like not. I don't remember him screaming back at me in any
Or just go in his room, slamming the door,
situation.
anything like that.
The door room. Me.
Well, no,
Maybe more so me like saying something. Albert might have been more of if there was slamming doors or like Albert, you need to make sure he's not doing this, and then go from there in that situation. Like Albert was teaching him how to use the box cutter and like different things like that, and there were times that I might have been like, "Oh, Albert, I don't think you should have done this because he was acting weird in this way," but that would have been early in the beginning before we started getting him like counseling. Once he started getting, like
Now remind me, the counseling, what was that for?
do I know?
The counseling?
So Albert said that he should get counseling through the military just for like all the transitions and being like in and out of school, all different things like that, just to make sure that his mental well-being was fine. And Albert said that anytime he would, of course, counselors can't tell you, what was going on unless it was something, pressing. And of course, Albert would always come out and say that everything's fine, and then Gannon would come back and tell us what he talked about. But as far as
did Gannon never come at you with a knife or something? Wasn't there an incident?
well, that's what I was just telling you about. There was when I told you Albert was trying to teach him how to use
That's the box cutter
a box
thing?
cutter, yeah. So Gannon had this thing about the knife, and he was doing like this. And whoever told you that it was coming at me was not.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah,
I'm getting the real story here.
No. You've got stories from everywhere, and you probably are not looking at me for mine. But that is not what happened. Gannon was in a upset, which the video was shown to the counselor lady, and Albert was so upset. Like, you should have let me get the video or something like that. But Gannon was in more of like an upset rage because this was in the very beginning when he had to first transition into a other school.
It was fall?
No, so this would have been, I don't know if it would have been fall, but okay, so 4th grade, new school. Then they went to the first school in Colorado, and then the new school opened.
Correct.
So it was somewhere between that time frame of Gannon it was too much transition for him. That had nothing to do with him being mad at me or being mad at Albert or Landon or whatever. It was too much transition for him that he was so upset. Like,
Where was he when he was doing it? Was he in the room?
I feel like
Where were you?
that was a while ago. I don't remember. I mean,
Were you threatened by Gannon doing that? Did it make you nervous?
well, I told Albert, I said, it has a mentality. Like in my mind, I said it has a mentality of like he's going to not hurt himself, or not just specifically hurt someone in general, but specific, but in general. And so like I was a little worried because I thought he had so much anger and aggression for what was going on. Because it honestly was Albert hadn't even got there yet, I feel like Albert had just either got to Colorado or hadn't got there yet.
Right.
And so he had to go from being with his mom back to me, and then Albert wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, okay, like, I gotta start new school, I gotta make new friends, like all those things.
How did you handle it? How did you calm him down?
He was typically always,
I'm specifically with the box cutter thing. How did you calm him down?
I don't know if it was a knife he had then. I was just saying, like, he had been using a box cutter, so that's how I was teaching him. So I remember I took it to his amiibo. He loves amiibos. And I took his amiibo, and I just threw his amiibo out the front yard. And I told him, the amiibo's gone. We're never getting it again. And I made him call his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't remember what we exactly said, but I know she was basically saying, like, you better listen. She gets upset, sends me a message. I send her a message back, and we both like message each other at the end, planted. And then it was kind of more like, okay, calm down. But this was a year ago, So that was the gist of that. It was he needed that counsel.
Well, that helps us.
So pausing it at 55 minutes and 32 seconds. Again, she's showing a good ability to recall different events that have occurred during her time with Gannon.
She is.
She says that there's some video of some knife or box cutter incident. Did you ever see such a video?
I did not.
Do you know if one even actually existed?
No.
Was there a portion of the interview that you did with her where she relays to you that she had somehow convinced Gannon to call her different names?
Yes.
The way that she's talking about that with you, did that seem like that was a calculated move on her part, meaning that she's trying to convince Gannon to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Let's jump to that. That's going to start at 57 minutes and 15 seconds. And we'll play it through 57 minutes and 47 seconds.
Sir, it's so hard because
John.
I'm sorry.
I'm old. But
I'm
don't call
sorry,
me.
John. it's so hard because if I get up in the morning and Gannon would even say, "You want me to take the dogs out so you can have 10 more minutes of sleep?" And I convinced him that you do it. Or like calling me a different name. I didn't ever like my own child. Or to calling me a different name. So the helpfulness.
So as it relates to those that different names that she's referring to, the reason that she gives in the interview was because she didn't like her original name.
That's right.
Did she ever talk about that in any other time, either on those phone calls that you were a part of, or even during this interview about how she would go as a different person or different name?
Not that I was a part of, no.
Did this appear to be the way she's describing it, a voluntary act on her behalf to get Gannon to call her a different name because she didn't like her original name?
Yes.
Did you ask her about the candle incident and the fire in the basement and keeping Gannon home?
I did.
Why'd you ask about that?
We as investigative team were very unclear on what happened with the candle incident, and she ascribed a lot of injuries to Gannon, including burns on his arms, blood, that sort of thing. So I wanted to see how she would talk about it to me.
Okay. So we'll jump to that section next, and we're going to jump to 1 hour and 1 minute and 20 seconds and play through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds.
The candle incident. Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so Gannon wanted to, I don't remember if he wanted to stay up 30 minutes. I can't remember. There was something he did that allowed him to earn some extra time. But there was something he did. But Albert had grounded him from playing the Switch. So he wasn't allowed to, play the Switch or whatever. He was his. Well, on the hike earlier that day, he was so helpful with me. Sick and still whatever, but there were some issues and still have to operate. But he was so helpful with taking care of the dogs and stuff. And I had told Stan that, yeah, so that's fine.
Yep, I remember that.
So we sat around and, we had before we left, but I'm just crying. He didn't know who that was. He knew the name, but not like my generation to know who that was. So we just sat there and talked about it, and I told him Kobe has and started relating in the terms of being like me, I have sisters, and so we were talking about that, and in between some of those questions, there might have been certain questions that was what he was asking me about.
Okay. Right.
And so that led into on the walk, on the hike that day, about what we talked about. So then that evening, I don't remember what he did, but I remember he had 30 minutes of something extra. And I knew it wasn't his Nintendo or things like that at the time, because he wasn't supposed to earn that back until the next day. And so then we had, I think I was upstairs, Harley wasn't there. Harley had to work until, I think, Gannon had, he was doing something else. So I go back upstairs, then I hear the machine was saying, beep, 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 is this someone coming in?
Okay.
So I put the code in, thinking, so why is the alarm thing? So then I go back where Lena was at, and I see she was faking sleeping, but not really. And then, but she had the cover over her head a little bit, and so she was doing whatever. And so then I hear the thing saying fire.
Does it actually say fire?
It said fire. So that was the crazy thing, because I never had heard. I didn't know what. I thought it would just be like that.
Right, like a siren.
But I don't know if it was the detector thing saying fire, or if it was the actual. But it was just fire, whatever. So then I run back in there and I look and see like I don't see them downstairs and I don't see. And it was still going. So I grabbed Lena. Like exactly wrong, but I'm pretty sure I grabbed Lena first and got the dog. In the outline. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure it was in that order. So.
Yeah.
And we run out to the truck. So like either I open the door. I don't remember. Somehow they get to the truck.
Okay.
And then I run back downstairs because at this point I already know I'm up there. And so I run back downstairs and we're back downstairs and Deanna was awake but not awake. Like you know how you can almost like be asleep but not asleep type thing.
So he's in his bed.
No. He wasn't in his bed.
Or what?
He was on the sofa.
On the sofa.
Right. So he was on the sofa. And so like when I pull the cover, I pull Gannon with the cover. And so at this point in time, then I put the fire that's out.
So what did the fire look like?
It wasn't like huge.
Where was it? On the carpet? On the sofa?
I feel like it was on like one of the covers.
On the covers? Was the cover on the sofa though, or was it on the floor?
I don't remember. I just remember it was in the small location. It wasn't a big enough fire to.
I don't know if you remember, was it yellow?
Wasn't in a color to it. Wasn't
Because
a,
I think what blue burns the hottest, then you'd have stuff, if stuff gets involved in the fire, you have a yellowish or reddish color.
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
How, can you show me how tall it was? Like, do you
I don't
remember?
know. It wasn't tall. I don't feel like it. I mean, but my tall might be different. I don't know. I don't.
Still, a fire's going to freak you out.
Right. Yeah. So when I pull the cover, I pull him with the cover too, and we run out.
Did you put out the fire or no?
I know that we took the covers, both of them. When he sees what's going on, we took the covers and like, we smashed down, like on it. Yeah, because my thought was oxygen, put it out.
Right.
Like, put it out, whatever.
Did it take much? Sorry to interrupt. Did it take a lot to put it out or no? Or did you just smother it and then move? Or was it something in between?
Was there what now?
Something in between. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Something in between?
Like in between, just it happened real quick, or you had to fight it for a while? Or?
Oh, it wasn't like fighting for a while. Like there was already a bunch of covers on the side that we had. I had grabbed them all and put it here. Covers all everywhere. So it was like stuff there. And then I run. He's running behind me. So as I'm running up, he like trips or whatever. But he's right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think I exit back out in the garage. I feel like.
The truck was in the garage.
No. Not front.
Okay,
I'm saying like I think I exited back out the garage. Because I feel like I just ran back to that door. I'm not 100% positive. I know we ran out. Then Ganna runs right out behind me, and when I turned around and I'm saying something to him because I'm like, hey, because in my mind I don't remember if I had gotten the dogs, even though I had already had grabbed the dogs. But like I don't remember what we were saying, but we were all in a frame. Whatever. He jumped in the passenger side, and I'm in the driver's side of the truck.
Okay.
Lena is in the back, and then we drive off. So we drive off for a minute. We drive it, but there's no gas in the truck.
So was anybody burned from that?
So Gannon
Gannon
had little burns on his arms from that. And then, but at the time, Gannon always laid with like his, or like something like that. So at the time when we ran out, I feel like did he have a shirt? I don't remember if he grabbed a shirt or grabbed another cover. But I knew that he had some burns on his arm, but I know they weren't bad, like burns that were bad. They were just like or whatever.
Were they discolored then? Was the skin reddish, pinkish? What was it? Did you see it then? Or
No, it was not till later that I really like paid attention and should have been like, okay, well, I did later on. So yeah, so like his arms, and then we get in the truck or whatever. So then we come back. And so I'm, of course, and like I text Harley, I text Albert, what had happened. And I said, this is what happened. Tell Harley this is what happened. Don't panic when you come over to the house. At this point in time, we get back in. Smells like nothing but smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And so nothing but smoke at this point in time. It's just like I couldn't get the smoke out. Even opening up the windows and all these things, I couldn't. So that was.
So what happened with these covers that you used to put out the flame?
Well, the covers were either there. I remember getting some of the stuff and putting out some in the trash can, which I even showed the people when they got there. The trash can.
You guys have regular trash cans for each house there, or just do you have a dumpster or what?
Really, like it's a big trash. It's just a big brown.
It's one of
trash.
the wheel ones you wheel
Yeah,
out and put by the curb.
Yeah, it was just one of those. It was no one was like whatever, but we did want so not necessarily come on with me for that, but we maybe had updated a little bit to Albert because we were thinking, then whatever. Whatever. So in my message to Albert probably was a little more over exaggeration.
When you say we, did you talk with the kids about let's get Albert home?
No. We did sit down, and because when I was asking him, was this, did you do this on accident? Was it an accident? Whatever. And so we were just talking about, the whole thing. Everybody was in one room. We were all in the bedroom at the time, which was our bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
So we were all in the bedroom upstairs and talking, whatever. And I said, I got to let your daddy know. And I was not going to tell him. That was the original thing. I was not telling him, just to fix it. Not tell him.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I was like, if I just do that, then we don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But then that was just enough. Albert was like, no. It was hard, always, all of us was there, going through all these memories and doing all these things without being there.
Oh, I get it.
So that was
So did
hard.
Gannon agree that was a good idea to kind of play it up a little bit?
Did he agree?
Yeah.
We all were in agreement.
So how did you play it up? Was the fire really not that big, and you made it like it was a big deal? Or
Well, so whenever
just
we
to
were,
get Al to say, hey, maybe I should get back home.
when we were explaining it to people in general, that was our whole because you saw that if people that we messaged, should we made it more of a situation than what it really was.
Yeah, because I couldn't understand how a candle could make a big fire, because my wife lights candles all the time around the house, and if we knocked them over, and if you knock it over, kind of nothing happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it might singe the carpet a little bit.
Yeah.
I've seen the pictures, and I'm surprised that, that much of the carpet was burned.
Well, it was probably because, I don't know, but I know that we did go, push down on the carpet and cover, because the cover was wrapped up. So, I don't know,
That's what I was just curious about, the burn itself on the carpet, because that looks awfully big for a candle.
I didn't even think that would be big. Was that really big?
Yeah, that big for a candle, because, like I said, my wife, we look like a church sometimes with all the candles she lights.
Yeah.
We have dogs running around with kids.
Yeah, no, it was.
So I was just surprised a candle could make, a big black thing in the carpet that much. That it might have been held there for a little while.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried to set.
Yeah, I don't know. But see, the thing is, I don't know that Gannon would try to purposely set something on fire. I don't know. I know that he did tell me later that he thought that I was coming downstairs, and he was playing his game. So I don't know.
He was playing his game when he knocked the candle over.
Yeah, so he did tell us. He told me and Lena and all of us that we were all talking together. He thought I was coming downstairs to catch him on his game.
Well, he knocked it over.
I don't know. I don't know if he accidentally or thought, whatever. I just know he said that he thought.
But did he take any responsibility for knocking the candle over, or did it just say it happened, or what?
No, he did say that.
Okay.
he did say that he had done it, that he had started it, whatever. And I asked, that's why I kept asking him, like, did you do it on purpose?
Curious.
Or did you, was it an accident? He told me an accident. He thought I was coming downstairs. So, and to me, sir, we could have scored it by another
Yeah, for sure.
sofa
Okay.
in another. That's not a problem. Like, I mean, we're talking about like things that we had, nice things that we can. That was not a point of contention, and Gannon very well would have known. I'm just saying, like, in general in the area, whether if it would have burned sofa, TV, all that,
Right. Did he light the candle?
we could have
Or
afforded
who
to
lit
do
it?
it.
Do you know?
The candle was, he had already lit the candle because the dogs were, and so he had already lit the candle, which we
Does
allowed.
he normally do that?
Yeah, we allowed him to. He could light the candle if he wanted to. He was allowed to open like packages that came. That's where Tony Albert taught him how to use like the box cutter and stuff like that. He was allowed to do those type of things, as long as he was usually within reason. Like, okay, I'm not going to go like, or something. Like that. When I was little too, like I did the same thing about curious about matching, but we had already given him enough of, like safety talks about, like Albert, when he talked to him about using the box cutters and knives, he always showed him the right direction, not to just go cut the boxes. So he had already had these, talks about the correct way.
Right. Well, explain to those two. So I've got the bath salt, the candle, and now the foot injured in the garage. Tell me about that.
The foot injury.
Sorry, before I go there, so we don't forget, you said peeling these later.
I just remember that on Monday his arm had a little bit of peeling to it, and that's when I said in my mind, and like I told the earlier here, that I did at that point say, I probably should like think about if I need to, if later on after I put stuff on it, I need to think about if it gets worse, monitor the situation. Like those type of things.
Did you put stuff on it or?
Well, we had took that green hello stuff and we had took and put the dog had just had it bit first already had that little wrap stuff.
Okay.
And so we had already done that in that situation.
Did you put it on both arms?
I don't think it was the right arm.
And then when did you do that? Was that Monday night, Monday morning, both?
I think it was Sunday night. No, actually it wasn't. It was through the night because we stayed up late. So it would have already been Monday morning hours, like, into Monday morning.
Okay. Guys up late.
Because we couldn't breathe. The smell was so like it's like stuck in the house from the smoke. We couldn't breathe.
So where'd you guys hang out until you could breathe?
We slept in our room, and then we opened all the windows downstairs.
And all four of you slept in?
So Lena, Harley, me, and him were in the room for a while. Then Gannon went to, So then Gannon went to Lena's room for a while, but then he was in his room by the time he woke up. So I don't know if he got up.
What time do you think you went to Lena's room? Was it after midnight?
Or I don't know.
When did you call him in sick? It was pretty early in the morning.
Well, we didn't. What happened is we didn't. All I did was I called an app about his stomach. It was nothing to do with anything to do with stuff. My question was, I'd already given him Miralax, which was like,
Mm-hmm.
So we had a prescription over the counter. I say whatever it is, prescription Miralax, whatever it's a reason, whatever. And I had already given him that, and so then I also had X-Lax. I thought, at what point can I not? How much is enough? If I can't get him to pass this, at what point is there enough, or can I go ahead and do it? Albert can tell you, I've given him an enema before, and like things like that, because they get so bad and they're just so big and they get clogged up. So that was the concern about how to get him to pass it.
Mm-hmm.
Because like for me, I have to I can drink 10 scoops of Miralax.
Won't affect you.
Won't affect me at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I didn't want it to be where it was. I didn't. The combination is different in my stomach because, like I said, if I take 10 of them, I'm okay.
So he's having the squirts and he started having those in the hike, but he couldn't pass that whole evening. Is that right?
Right. He would get out, but like couldn't get like the whole thing out. That was sometimes if he finally, and then when he
That
finally
had to
gets
be painful,
one out.
wasn't it? Or-
For me, I was like in the bathroom and I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Like,
Was he telling you he was in pain?
well, he sits on the toilet. His common thing is that he'll sit on the toilet and just sit there and sit there and sit there. So as long as he's got something to focus with, again, his pain tolerance is very like high when it comes to just focusing.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he
So he spent a lot of time in the bathroom that evening, just sitting there.
yeah, off and on the bathroom. We got kids meals, but he came out and ate kids meals. Better, so I assume
McDonald's or what?
no, we Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr.
So I had really said Burger King, but that's not Burger King right there. That's Carl's Jr.
Got it.
Carl's Jr. Yeah. Because I never go to Carl's Jr. But we got 2 kids meals. And Lena went with me. So he ate the kids meals when we got back.
But he still hadn't passed.
Well, if he ate, he had done something. He had already used it some because he wouldn't have eaten.
And had you given him Miralax before the meal?
I had already given him throughout the week. We always had this thing where if I went in there and took one of my shots, like of a berries or something like that, he would take one too. So it was common for me to be like, okay, here, and Albert would always say, go mix him up one of the drinks because we put in orange juice. Well, he didn't like juices as much unless it was like Kool-Aid juices. So it was a common thing to always try to give Miralax to regulate the system. But the problem is, if you don't take the Vyvanse, so you don't take it for a day, like you didn't take it on Saturday, because family lives in town, and say you don't take it on Saturday, and if you don't take it on Sunday, that's when it starts to happen. Constipation and diarrhea. So, like, let's say if he would have took it Saturday, and they would have took it Sunday, he wouldn't have been as bad. But then the problem is, Albert always would want him not on it if we're going to go do like a big time activity because instead of having him like zoned out, I mean,
Yeah. The Vyvanse.
right.
Yeah.
And
Right,
so
right.
like the thing was, if we go somewhere that requires him to have like things, then we don't want him to be under that finance and just have to be on his own. We want him to be, especially like on the hike. I wanted him to be able to run around and do things. But me and him, we're always on the top of all the like. If we had hiked, we were always on the top of the hike. We were always on.
Right.
We be doing
So was he bleeding that night? Do you know?
from
Rectally?
from
Anally? Yeah.
So what happens is from him squeezing.
Well, I'm trying to
But-
figure out, things that are going on with him the last couple hours.
Yeah, so like from him squeezing and stuff like that, his was the same thing as mine does. And mine does. So that's why I told you we're so much alike, and we could relate on that because it was like, oh my gosh, you're fun, and then just from squeezing and things like that. And that wasn't like,
Like opiates and that.
yeah,
Just because of him struggling with that all night, or that evening into the night. You don't know when he eventually felt good?
how it works is he might feel good, we're hurting still until he gets it all out. It's not until he returns like 100% and being like, okay, I'm back to you.
Did he get back to Gannon that night?
For Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was on extra time.
Right.
To be able to stay up and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought, was he not struggling with this after the candle incident?
Right. It comes, like what happens is, I mean, if you want to call him a GI person, but he gets where he's okay, and then a little bit more okay, and a little bit more. They happen every once a month or ish,
Right.
where he goes through those episodes of his stomach and mind those things. No.
So when you guys were up in the bedroom, how was he?
You mean like after
After the flame and fire and smoke?
He was upset and like crying because he thought he was going to lose the switch, like for be quicker to cover up. Because we just related on the same page, more so than Lane, because Lane was more sure you know. Deanna could be more of like talking.
Right.
So I'd be more inclined. Don't tell anybody, we fixed it. So that was kind of like our conversation. What we were talking about. Yes, he was upset, like very, like upset, hurt, and just trying to do whatever, but we also kind
So how late do you think he stayed up with you in the room until he finally left?
I don't know.
Was it past midnight or do you know?
I don't know. At this
But he
point in
left
time, I
on his
don't know.
own.
At this point. So whenever he went to Lane's room, I think I don't remember exactly, but I know we all four of us couldn't fit in the bed plus two dogs. So at one point in time we had to switch. And I feel like at one point Harley was sleeping on the sofa, and then Harley and Lane switched because we were up. Like I said, we couldn't breathe. It was very smoky. So we were all like, when Lena went to school, I'm pretty sure she probably went. Like it's off then.
Right.
Just like a,
Lena was real sleepy, but she went to school.
yeah, like what I'm saying is when she woke up, she probably was like really, really late. It felt like she could have used a couple more hours.
So why did you call Gannon in sick and not her?
Well, she wasn't struggling with stomach problems.
So he still had him in the room.
Right. So he wasn't. I even had to message Albert the other night and said, "Hey, you gotta ask him. You gotta ask him, is it okay to get him stuff?" Yeah. So he didn't respond because he was on a different time zone.
But you called in sick though too for your.
Judge, that's at 1:46:58, which was where I intended to stop, and this is probably a good time for lunch.
Yes, it is. All right. Mr. Bruce, you can step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we could be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of this case. With that, we'll see you at 1:30. Have a good lunch. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? That's right. We're being recessed. Thank you.
All rise.
Oh my God. She drives me nuts. I'm telling you. She talks too much. Unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. So, anyways, I'm going to show you guys my children. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Most recent stuff I got. Then, of course, a goofy video of me. Okay, here we go. This is my oldest son. He's 35 years old. See how tall he is? That's his little boy. My grandson, obviously. Here's my son, Joseph. That's my young one. Smart boy. He thinks he's all cool. He is, though. He's cool. My granddaughter. That's me and 3 of my kids. There's me and my granddaughter. Here's me, thinking I'm all cool. Gonna protect myself from my neighbor. Watch me. There's me and my daughter, my oldest daughter. There's my daughter. There's my grandson Eli, Dawson, Asher, Keegan, and Adrian, and these are the ones I'm watching, and that's my daughter. That was on Easter. There's my boy Joseph. There's my boy, the one that's been at. He's a fighter. He's a scrapper. Okay, guys, he's doing okay now, kind of. See his fist. I got him on camera, man. But he's doing good. There's my newest grandchild. He was born March 13th. There's my daughters, Kayla, Tabitha. There's Joseph and Kayla on Easter. Joseph with my grandson Mason and Olivia. See, he's like me. He's goofy like me. Yep, there you have it. Just thought I'd share that. Well, you know what, Angel? I am too, but that poor kid has some issues. And you always blame yourself as a parent, you know what I mean? Yeah, I got 9 grandchildren. Yeah. So I'm watching 5 of them right now. I'm very, very exhausted. They are a handful. Thank you. They call me Glamma. Is that funny? Glamma. I'm the cool grandma. I'm the coolest grandma. That's what they say. They were playing Xbox, and you know how they talk to other people. And they're like, Grandma, so-and-so says you're a cool grandma. I go, who's that? They go, somebody from my school. I go, how do they know that? Well, I forgot. I went to school one day and had lunch with every one of them and brought treats. I do the best I can because, I'm single. I take care of myself. Nobody takes care of me, and, as in my bills and stuff. You got 9 grandbabies too? Okay, and I'm going to play something here. Hold on, I got to find it. Okay, now we're going to go to Larry Bello for a second. Because you know what? I've been gone for like 2 days, people. I don't know what's up. But this is a phone call, jailhouse call with Kobe and her. So I haven't heard it. Here we go.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You think you can hide from me?
Can you guys hear that? That volume is horrible.
Probably because you murdered my siblings. That's probably why you're hugging me. Maybe you should understand.
I didn't. I'm sorry that you felt that way.
You didn't do anything, right? Mom, I've prayed for you
I know. Isn't this horrible?
in my worst moments. I prayed for my
Wow.
siblings
Hold on.
who swore to me we're okay.
Okay, I got everything at max. I just want to see if it's that one video. Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry. Um, okay, I'm going to see if this works. Hold on, you guys. See if you can hear this one. This is horrible, you guys. I got to figure this out. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to try this again, you guys. Sorry. Here we go. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear the song? Hold on here. I'm it's not coming through my headphones. Hold on. Oh my god. Jippy, you know I have issues. Hold on. Let's try this again. All right. Did you hear that? Hold on. Okay, I'm back. See what happens now. This is crazy.
And these monsters get high, and they'll never say die.
I don't even know what to say. It's not coming through my headphones. Oh my God. This is craziness. Okay, let's try this again.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You really want to talk to me?
You think you can hide from me?
I'm not hiding. You just quit talking to me?
Probably because you murdered my siblings. That's probably why you're hugging me.
You just quit talking to me?
Maybe you should understand.
I didn't. And so
Probably
did
why
you feel that.
hugging me. You didn't do anything. Maybe you should Mom, I've prayed for you in my worst moments. I prayed for my siblings who swore to me were okay. I thought I could trust you. I thought that you were a completely different person. I don't know a murderous mother.
It was low on their end. East Idaho News said it's enhanced, but
You've been
don't
shutting
seem
BS on my
enhanced
throat
to me.
for a very long time. I'm gonna talk to you in a sweet. Hey, listen to me. I'm not mad. Listen to me. Fine, listen to me. I've sat there and prayed. I can't tell you the amount of pain that I have felt from your decisions in Jesus Christ's name. It kills me to watch you sit here and tell me this is a trial. It kills me to watch you take the victim's route and say that this shouldn't have happened to you. When you are telling me that Chad Daybell came into your life and all of a sudden everything changes. And I'm talking about my spirit feels this. I prayed. I trusted you. I gave you every chance I could past my own limitations as a human being. I pushed past all of everything to try to get to you, to help my own mother. You lied to me, specifically to me, more times than I can count about this. To know that they're gone and you knew, and my phone is being texted by my little sister who's not even alive, my little brother who's the sweetest little kid ever, For what purpose? Can you tell me if this is God's will for my whole family, including my stepfather, to be dead? After everything that you try to tell me, you can tell me right now that Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world, is on your side. You tell me that with all the conviction in your heart that Jesus Christ is on your side right now. Please.
I can't tell you that.
Say it. Say his name. Say that he told you. And you followed him like exactness. Because I have prayed for you. I sat there and tried my best to forgive you and Chad and Alex. And I was deceived. And I was broken by my own mother. What are you doing? What are you doing? I prayed to Heavenly Father, and I said, you tell me, Father.
All right. Have all made these judgments. They think they know what happened. They think
I don't care
they
about
know
other people.
what happened. They think they know who's responsible.
Do you know that you told me?
Everything.
Do you know what you told me?
Yes, because you weren't there. So
You're right. I wasn't there. I was kept in
That's
the
right.
black.
And one day
Two kids
you will
were
know.
murder.
One day
Murder.
you will know what actually happened.
You're right. Because you know what, Mom?
And we all will stand there with
everything
We-
into the light. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. He will convict the people who act in his name with pure blasphemy. Is this funny? This is funny? This is funny. You're laughing like this is funny. How come your camera's on, Mom? You don't want to look at me in the eye? Why can't you look at me? It's
nice
just
to
you and me.
talk
I'm
to
in my
you,
house
Holmes.
alone.
I love you. I always will. One day you will see and one day you will understand.
Go ahead and
I
hang
do
up.
love
See
you.
how that works for you. You gonna hang up?
I don't have anything else to say. You obviously don't know.
Let me tell you
You weren't
something,
there. You weren't there. Summer wasn't there. My mom wasn't there. The police weren't there. The FBI weren't there.
You're right.
Nobody was there.
Kylie and JJ, Mom.
Yeah, and guess what?
Kylie
They
did it.
know. They know
Barely.
exactly what
In the
happened.
backyard.
And they love me. And we are still together forever. They love me. And they are fine. And they do know the truth. And I know the truth. And we're the only people that do. So you can judge me, Colby, all day long. Go ahead and judge me. The whole world
Judge me?
has. The whole world
Brother,
has judged me.
Listen to me.
They
folks.
don't
Hey,
know, and
please
you
stop.
don't know. You don't know what I've been through, and you don't even give a crap what they've been through. Nobody does,
I don't.
except for me. I'm the one that knows. I'm the one that was in the hospital with Kylie for hundreds of days watching her suffer. I'm the one that was there doing everything with JJ every day. I was the one who did it all these years.
You did it all to throw it in the garbage. They're not.
You don't know what happened. You don't know what happened.
Freaking matter what happened if they're buried in your new husband's backyard. Tell me that matters what happened. You tell me that you did this in Jesus' name, Mom. I have to hear that out of you. You believe it, that you are not afraid. Every witness of Christ will scream his name when he comes back. So you are that person.
I am that person. I am that person.
Christ,
And he
to
will
be a
come to
murderer.
you. Oh, yeah, Colby, because that's what it is.
Okay.
You don't even know. You weren't even
When I
there,
asked
and
you
you
about
don't
Tyler in
even know.
October, when I asked you about Tyler in October, what did you tell me? What did you tell me? What lies did you feed me? Why would you lie to me if if you're with the Lord and you've seen him, and I'm just talking purely to you, and you've seen Jesus Christ, where's the fear? Why wouldn't you tell me something? Why were you afraid? Why is everyone against you? Why is everything against my mom?
You can be against me all you want. One day we will all stand there with Jesus. We will all stand there with Jesus, and you will know the truth of everything. Not for me.
You're telling me that this was all done in light. Say it. Tell me that this was done in Jesus' name.
You don't know what happened.
Why? Why don't I know, Mom? Oh, because I was kept in the dark to protect me? You know who needed protecting? My little dead siblings. That's who needed protecting, Mom. This is not
Is that what you think you did?
You ran.
I haven't been.
Still, a month later, you ran away. I never wanted you guys to leave. I would have taken those kids in 1 second. I would bring them into my home, and I would have taken care of them. That's not even a question to me.
Yeah, everybody
You can't say that you know.
Everybody says that.
Says it now. Where was my offer? Where was the offer? Well, you
I
had
did everything
for
for
just a
them.
week. While me and Peter Griffin run away together to Hawaii? How about that? If you would have offered me, you would have known. You cannot sit here and lie.
Is this what everybody thinks? That is not the truth. Okay? That's what people are
They
thinking.
were murdered,
They're
put in the
assuming.
ground, and then you walk away. So
You don't know. No, you don't know that. No, that is not what happened. That is
What
not
happened?
what happened.
You tell me what happened. If you can tell me what happened, then I don't care. If you can actually explain it, then it's different.
I would love
But you can't.
to talk to you about it.
Mom, you've been saying that you've been wanting to tell me for a very long time, and you never say it. You have no idea how much pain I have felt in my body. I feel like I could die. My own mom, my siblings, and my whole family, my dad, everyone is gone except for you, and you're in jail because of it. I have prayed to Heavenly Father himself and asked him to help me survive this. Do you understand the freaking earthquake that has been caused? Do you know how many people are hurt and broken now? And you're telling me that there's a reason? Why are you following Chad down the rabbit hole, Mom? Why would you follow anybody that is not good? How can you follow someone that cannot lead you to salvation in Jesus, Mom? You can't lie to me anymore. You can't pretend anymore. You can't hide anymore. If you want to tell me what happened, I called you for that very reason. You had enough condemnation for the whole entire eternity, but you're telling me that you're going to stand in front of Jesus Christ and you're going to be fine. That I'm still praying for you. I am still praying for you. I don't know where the lies and all these things are written. I don't see it. I never have. The light of Jesus Christ is the most powerful thing that's ever lived. It's the most loving, embracive thing that has ever happened to this world. And I pray that you see him and fall into his grace. I pray it every day. I pray it, no matter how mad I am at you, no matter how bad I want to hit your husband in the face with a shovel. I pray for you. I pray for him. You ripped my heart out, and you ripped out everyone in this family's heart out. I'm going to be in Idaho this week. You need to look me in my eye, Mom. Look me in my eye.
That was crazy. Let's see what else he's got here. Let's listen to this one. Oh, by the way, this is East Idaho News. It's all their footage.
So tell me about how you got involved with Lori Vallow's apartment, at least cleaning it out a few years ago.
Yeah, so we were hired to list it by the property owner. So by that time, I think when we listed it, she was probably already in Hawaii. I had no idea that was her place when we first went over there. I mean, we've sold so many of those units over there, and it was just, to us, it was just another townhome over there. So we really hadn't put two and two together. So, but I remember going over there just to do an initial walkthrough before we got a photographer out there, and just to kind of see what kind of condition it was in. And like I was kind of telling you in the email, I mean, the second I walked into that place, and I've been through thousands of homes, it was the darkest, creepiest. I mean, you felt like you could cut the air with a knife. It was just so thick in there. It was the weirdest thing. And I remember walking in, I'm like, this is weird. Like, I have never felt this way when walking into a house. And I remember just like turning on lights, trying to get it, and it almost felt like nothing would brighten that place up. It was bizarre. It was like the weirdest thing.
Did you know that the house was associated to them? You didn't?
Had no idea.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, and I remember just kind of walking through the house and, taking a look at everything. And the house was spotless. They must have hired a cleaner or something to come through. But yeah, I remember just kind of walking around, and then the last place I went was into the garage. And that's when I saw that box with JJ on it. And then all of a sudden it just kind of dawned on me. I'm like, no way. This can't be the place. So, but anyway, yeah, I sent you those pictures. Yeah. So it was that cardboard little house that he was, cutting out, had his name on it. And there's probably 4 or 5 other boxes behind that. And they all had, JJ's name on it.
Oh, wow.
And then it kind of dawned on me, well, when I walked in, the front door jamb was broken. So, because I don't remember if they had to bust in her door.
They did. Yeah. They talked about that in court, that it was a no lock warrant. So do you remember, Rick, what month this was?
Yeah, it was January 2020.
2020. Okay. Mm-hmm. So was the townhome empty? Was like everything out of it?
Everything was out of it except for those boxes.
Wow. So did you think much of those boxes until when you heard about the testimony today?
No, I'd kind of forgotten about it.
Yeah.
And then when I was reading through that, as soon as I read that, I stopped reading there, and I need to go get caught back up. But I'm like, oh my gosh, I think that's the box that I saw.
So back to the house as you're walking through, I mean, it's a newer apartment complex. I mean, it's not like it's an old apartment, but you're saying just the second you walked in, it didn't feel right.
Oh, Nate, it was the darkest. I mean, I've never felt that since, or had never felt that before, but there was something in that place that was just pure evil. I mean, I that's the only way I can describe it.
Did you have to, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, to the point where all I wanted to do was get out of there. Even more so once I found those boxes and realized where I was. And then, like I told you earlier, I would never go back alone. I always brought somebody with me.
So once you saw JJ's name, it clicked on the boxes. You realized, oh, this is where they lived.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
So have you live in Rexburg, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Have you been following the case over the years since that January day?
Absolutely. Yep.
And what are your thoughts knowing you were there in that apartment and that this all, happened right there?
Oh, it's creepy. I remember being terrified the second time I had to go back there, because they hadn't found the kids. Like at that time, I don't think the kids had been found. But I think everybody kind of knew, what we were hoping wasn't true, but was what was most likely true, that the kids weren't around anymore. So I remember opening a closet to make sure nothing was in the closet, make sure the house was cleared out. And then I saw the opening to the crawl space, and I'm like, oh gosh, I wouldn't even open it. I'm like, really? If they forgot to check down there, or if something was covering that, I'm not going to be the person to open that up. But no, I mean, it was definitely a very eerie feeling knowing that, just being in that place where something had just so recently happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when that box could have been one of the last things JJ played with, because, David Warwick testified that he was there the day before I think JJ was last seen. And then who knows, they must have just moved it out into the garage and tucked it away thinking it wasn't anything.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's really interesting that they took everything else except those boxes.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you reaching out, Rick. And I think people are fascinated by it. It creates a whole new, connection, I guess, to actually see the box. I mean, it might seem like a minor thing, but those of us with kids know that they like to be creative and play, and that shows another thing that he was being a kid.
Yeah. And it made it all that much more real.
Sure.
Just to see something that little kid was playing with. I mean, it's the same thing my kids do.
Okay. Could you guys hear that? Because for some reason, my headphones aren't working. This ain't good. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to watch me do a little skit of Lori wanting to leave the courtroom. Yeah, let's do that. Hold on. Okay, if anybody knows, I like to do skits of Lori because, I've been watching her for going on 4 years, and I want to pick on her, and I put my own little twist into every one of them.
My client wishes to waive her presence at the testimony for the remainder of the day. It was emotional this morning, and she indicated to us she did not want to attend this afternoon. There is a rule that contemplates a defendant waiving their presence. I would ask the court to review that rule and any relevant case law. We would remind the court of the history of this case. My client, her fragile state of mind, the mental health concerns, the myriad reports that have been filed about her mental health to justify such a request.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. Who's going to respond on behalf of the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be
What
responding.
is that
to the
bitch
state.
doing here?
Your Honor, Idaho Rule 43 favors a defendant being present for the duration of trial. While there
On behalf of the state. So with that having been considered, I have carefully considered the request of the defendant in this case, who is here present, and I am denying her request to excuse herself from this section of the proceedings that are occurring
Can he
in
do
the
that?
evidence presented by the state's case in chief. So that will be the court's.
Trying to remember what month it was. Was it end of March, beginning of April, I believe?
So this month?
It could have been the very end of last month.
She's talking all sweet. You're a whore.
And did you go over your testimony with them?
Yes.
And prior to that, when was the time before that you met with the prosecution?
It felt like it was back in Chandler, a year or two. I don't remember how long it's been now. It's been a while.
How convenient.
When you went over this with, you said Ms. Blake, is that right?
Correct.
When you went over your testimony with her, were you as forgetful as you've been today?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recall writing a 7-page, I guess I would say outline, and sending that to Rob Wood?
They're all lies.
I remember sending it to a few people.
He's making shit up.
Most likely I did.
Mm-hmm. Have you had a chance to go over that?
No.
No.
Things that I'd share with Rob, like just like remembering points to help me remember
Rob.
different events, and I didn't receive it.
Okay, but you asked for it?
I might have gotten an email, but I don't believe they were attached to it. I could be wrong, but I'm not recalling it. But I did get some things from her.
Now, I know what the court's probably going to do on this, but I'm going to ask the court to strike this witness's testimony based on
Strike that bitch.
Idaho Criminal Rule 16b6. The state has had.
Your Honor, I would ask for a sidebar. Oh God, here's that bitch again.
They call me a god. 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 Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
Check that out. Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny shit, people? I think it's funny. You know what? If I can laugh, that's all that matters to me. And because Lori always talks like really soft and you can't hear her. Well, I did that for a while, but I thought I'd get, a little wild and do my own little thing on it. Okay, let's do this one here. Hold on. She gets her ass. Oh no. Okay, here we go. This is funny, guys. I don't know if you've seen this. Hold on. If you don't want to watch, just let me know and then I'll find something else. That's what I'll do. Okay, that guy there with the handcuffs, that's my dad. He was so pissed off. He didn't want to do it. I go, please, well, you better not ever put me online. I'm like, oh, I promise I won't. I lied. The judge says I can put on my lipstick in the courtroom. Jury is not here. Not happy with the judge. Before dark. Yeah. So we ran out of red Kool-Aid. So I had to resort to watermelon. Shall we begin? I'm such a dork. I'll be good.
Because I got my book. I'm gathering the jury. I'm gathering the jury. Yes. Okay, let's go.
Yes,
Can you tell us about that?
Chad had come down to do a podcast with Lori and Melanie Gibb. They had started a podcast, and he came to be one of the guests at their podcast.
And while you were there, did you talk to Chad and Lori?
Yes, Chad invited me to, he wanted us to go to lunch. He said he had some information to give me, and he really wanted me to meet them for lunch.
And
You hear that?
did
I
you do
say
that?
a lot of information
Yes.
here.
Where did you go to lunch?
We went to a restaurant called Firebirds in Gilbert, Arizona.
Yes, we did.
What happened at the restaurant at Gilbert? At Firebirds?
Chad said that, excuse me,
Zulema.
Chad said that he had some information to give me about my prior lives and probations, and he really wanted to speak with me in regards to that.
Who was present at this lunch?
Melanie Gibb, Lori Bell, and Chad Daybell.
Okay.
My Chad.
So what did he tell you about at the lunch at Firebirds?
We he was trying to tell me what the information, he was trying to give me the information, but for some reason,
in our heads.
Chad and Lori didn't want Melanie to hear what he was going to tell me. So
She's a
he
poor
just
dark
told me what kind of
bitch.
information.
Are you ready to see the things I want you to bring to Letecia? Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Hi. I'm back. Hopefully you can see me. I was told there was glare in my readers, but yeah. Just gotta tough it out if you want to look at this. Oh. Okay, that was
Oh my god.
Butch calling me. She wanted to know what I was doing. And I told her I'm meeting this attorney to talk about Letecia. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So, here we go. She has no hygiene. I heard she made a scene in the courtroom. That's good. But tell her it ain't gonna help. Yeah. I heard she wants to think that she's crazy. Tell him there's a green guy sitting on his shoulder. Yeah, tell her that. And talk to him. Hey, Greenie. Okay, this is item number 1. Toilet paper. Toilet paper. I have some extra, so I'll give her one. Yeah, I know that's nice of me. Yes. Okay. All right. There's more. Yes, there's more. Shampoo and conditioner. Yes, I use it on my hair. Yes, However, I will say, I've been having able to get my Botox, so I'm getting bags under my eye circles because I got that gray skin tone right now. Yeah, and when I'm in jail, not the psych ward, well, I kind of get what I want, but kind of not. I can't do my hair, so my face is starting to melt off, but I still look good. Yes, I do. Okay, now. You want to see what's in here? Toothpicks or Q-tips, some lube, and a Band-Aid one. And this is, okay, if they don't let her shower, lubricating deodorant. What is the lube for? Should I tell them? First, you gotta get gloves on. Tell her to get gloves. Okay. But there's two things she needs to do. Okay? No, pay attention. Okay. First, body soap. Yeah, body soap. Okay. Cream for her face. Eye drops for fake crying. Yeah, it works. It works. Eye patches. Yeah. You never know if a butch was gonna come up to her, and yeah, that's right. Oops, they were looking for me again. Yeah, but Butch took care of it for me. Yeah. Okay. See this pen? See that? Watch. Watch. Pay attention. Look at drills. Yeah. With different attachments. Look at. Yeah. Yes. And the lubrication. Because I heard she tried to go through the bars at the jail. And she didn't make it. That's too bad. Too bad.
She didn't make it.
Should I turn this off?
Oh my god.
Is that better? It'll work. I still look good. Yes, I do. Okay, now. The important stuff is coming. Just in case. Fungus. Toenail fungus. You can get that here. You know that, right? Because of the slides. Yeah, the flip-flops. And also, if a inmate or cellie want to piss you off, they will put your shoes on. Yeah, because they will. Yeah, I know. Okay. This happens from time to time, okay? Just tell her everybody goes through this. I don't care what anybody says. No, I don't. Emina. Does she know how to do an Emina? Does she? That's why I'm wearing gloves. No, I'm not going to show. It's brand new. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is very important. If she gets hemorrhoids, here she needs this, and yeah, that's what the gloves are for. Okay, I'm going through menopause now. I'm okay. So I won't be needing these pads, okay? She can have them. The whole thing. I'm sharing it. I'm sharing everything. because my fans send me like 200 a week. So I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. All right. This is very important for Letecia. She needs to listen. Look what I got her. Peanut butter. Yes. What does she need this for? You didn't know? She has some people, she told me, right, for that girl, writing, they were giving her codes, threatening her, and her peanut butter. Who does that? Do you think she'll be happy? I hope so. Yes. So maybe that YouTube girl will find out for me. Oh, she's not talking to nobody no more. Oh man. And we can't write back and forth. Oh, maybe we can. I'll have the Martian, the screen Martian right here. Yeah. Or yell in the toilet. Because Idaho and Colorado are very close. Yeah. So, what else is up? What's going on with that bitch, Juryb? Oh, I'm getting kind of wild, you know, being locked up, you know. Yeah. Why, you know what? But she can't. She protects a lot of people. So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go back for now, but I will be back. I gotta go back to the portal. Yes, I do. Okay, goodbye, everybody.
I know, isn't it funny? I'm sorry. No.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on such a short notice. Yeah. I missed you. How you doing, Nate? What happened? Well, they did a shakedown, you know, and they took my portal and stuff, and well, the inmates did a shakedown in my cell. Yeah. So I snitched on them, and this happened. How'd they do it? Well, they made a shank out of a toothbrush. They can do those things, you know that, right? Yeah. So they poked my eye. My eye started bleeding. And my neck. Yeah, I got neck problems now. I'll be okay. Yes, I will. Yes, they'll all pray for me. Yes, they will. Yes. Okay, I'll be right back because they said I could take a break from this. Oh, okay, you want to see a close up? Hold on. You want to see a close up? Okay, here's a close up. Ready? Look what they did to my neck. They did that. I'm the one that hushes everything up. I hush. Ouch. Okay, now I do want to bring up Letecia. I heard what she did. Well, in a letter communication, yeah, I wrote to her and I told her, use religion. Yeah, because, your religion, you can sue if they violate your religion. Hide behind the religion, people. Hide behind the religion. Yes. Okay.
What message do you have for the world, Lori? I know you can hear me. Oh my God, you guys, isn't that funny? Oh, I'm such a dork. I love doing it though, because true crime gets to be too dark, too dark. But now when I do her, I try to talk louder, because I say some funny shit. Let's see here. Now what? Shoot. Do you guys know who House of Williams is? Should we watch another Lori or House of Williams or Bullhorn Betty? Or none. Or none. Or none. Your choice. Here we go. I found a list. I found a list. Whatever you want to watch. No, it's whatever you guys want to watch. Let's see, I did a Molly one too. Where's all my BHB ones? Okay, let's watch this one. BHB. If it's not funny, we're not going to hold on. Hold on, people. Oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Well, that's why I was so confused. Oh my God. All right. Oh, no, no, no. We got to do Lori. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're going to do Lori. Hi, how you doing? Oh, you want me to do Betty? Okay, I'll do Betty. I found a new one of Betty. Well, I did. Where'd it go? Oh my God, where is she? Okay, BHB's having a rough time. Okay, we'll do that one. BHB's having a rough time. Let's watch her. I have a hard time doing her because she's always angry. Yeah, it's only 6 minutes long.
only you in my life, the only thing that's right. My first love, your every breath that I take, your every step I make. And I want to share all my heart with you. No one else will. And your eyes, they tell me how much you care. Oh, yes, you will always be my endless love.
Thank you, Manic Molly. Hey guys, do you see what's going on the Hobbits channel? You're not going to believe this. I don't even know how to act. I don't know how to behave right now. I'm that messed up. The Hobbit went to Tennessee. He got my interview. You know, I let him in on our crew. Hell's on Big Wheels. Yeah, Hell's on Big Wheels. And this is what he does? Goes behind my back, gets my interview I worked so hard for. Oh, okay, Hobbit. I see how it is. What should I do, guys? How should I act? I don't know what to do. I just don't know. I did try calling. He's not picking up. He won't even text me. What did I say in my text? Well, maybe I threatened him a little bit, but that's it. You know, it's not like I'm going to put my hands around his neck. Hey, Cam. How you guys doing? Thank you for letting me come on your panel. I just thought, hey, might as well. You know, I know we're on, you know, two different ends of, you know, the true crime world, you know. But, you know, we can have a conversation. Yeah. Why'd you let her up? Hey, chasing. You're going to start telling the truth, as you say? You're chasing truth? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I did not call CPS. Prove it. I dare you. Prove it. Don't you tell me, chasing, to get slick. Have you looked at my arrest record? Have you? I think you should. Oh, you have? And you're not scared? I think you better be. Cheers to that. Cam, please quit muting me. You guys are asking me questions. I'm trying to have a conversation and, you know, talk to you. And then you got chasing, you know, running her cocksuckers. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I said it. Okay. Yeah, I did get him fired from his job. And you know what? I'm proud of it. Well, you know what? He's guilty. How do I know he did? I asked the neighborhood. The neighborhood told me. You know, you got all these people saying the same thing. It's true. It's got to be true. You know, I know how to investigate. You guys don't. That's right. Cheers to that. Oh, don't kick me off the panel. Or sure you want to do that? Okay. Later, bitches.
Oh, here, I'll stop it. Okay, guys, yeah, that's me. Yeah. Oh, okay. Jean, thank you. So you know what? We're gonna go be all nosy here, people. Hold on. We're gonna go to the wolf pack here. Let's see what's up with the wolf pack. Hold on, you guys. We're watching the wolf pack right now. Okay, guys, almost done. This is my girl. This is my sister, Jules. Hi, sweetheart. We're saying hi to you. Very, very crazy. These kids are so hyper. Okay, everybody. Have a good day. We'll see you later. Hi, sweets. Okay. Okay. She's my girl. That is my girl. Cher loves that song. What? I love that song too. I like Cher. I don't care what anybody says. I think Cher has an amazing voice. Okay, let's see what's going on here in court. Nothing. Nothing's going on yet. You know, I hope I get this problem taken care of. Bye, Jean. Tell Jules that you watched her on my channel for like a minute, saying hi. Okay, okay. And also tell her I showed pictures of all the kids. My kids. Oh God, I hope my headphones work. I don't know what's going on here, people. So if my headphones aren't working, I'm gonna have to go because I can't hear nothing. And that would be sucky for you guys. Still got 14 minutes? Okay, let's watch. Jean, did you tell her? Tell her to go watch me talking to her. I think she'll get a kick out of that. I do want to show you guys something really funny I did at BHB, okay? Just real quick, like. Let me get there. Let me get there. This is when she was in Idaho, okay? And she messed up and put a different somebody else's picture up there that wasn't even involved with the crime. I'll find it. I'll find it. Oh, here we go. I found it. I didn't have. Oh my god, I got tons of her. Holy shit. Hold on. This one ain't it. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I found it. There's breaking news. Yeah, I'm paying attention. Kinda. This is BHP in Idaho.
Hey guys. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? Hope you're well. I'm cold. I'm in Moscow, Idaho, Moscow. Yes. See where I'm at? 1122 King Road in Moscow. Well, I had to come back. Wanna know why? I'm gonna go on a treasure hunt. Yes, I am. For a knife. I sure am. Yep, from the killer. Yep. It's so cold out here in Moscow. Moscow. Idaho. So yeah, anyways. See the house behind me? 1122 King Road. That's where I'm at. Okay. If anybody wants to send me anything, some hot cocoa or some snow pants. Yeah. Olive, she's over there where she belongs. Yep. Oh yeah? Huh. Okay. See that guy behind me? In the orange? He's from mainstream media. I can't stand him. That's why I have to come and do the reporting. Because they can't even get a name right. You better not even fuck with me. Stay on your side of the road, buddy. Hey, everybody, I want you to go to the news station, flood the phone lines, and get the email. You know what to do. Nobody messes with BHB. I may be a bitch, but I'm not a heartless bitch. So you fuck with me. I know. It was a New Year's resolution. I was going to watch my mouth, but I can't seem to help it. Because I'm a rebel. That's right. Oh, yes, I'm still cold. Hold on a minute. What olive? What? You're kidding. Oh, my God.
Okay, guys, the best part's right now.
Hey, guys. They made an arrest. Yeah. Olive's on it right now. Oh, my God. Do we got a name yet? A name? Initials. JL. Do we got pictures yet, Olive? We got pictures. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Hey guys. Olive's got it. She got it. Yep. Initials. JL. Okay? All right, you guys, I'm shaking. I'm so nervous. Look it. That's a killer right there.
That's the killer.
Do you see that? Look at me shake. Look at me shake. He looks the part, don't he? He sure does.
Oh my God.
Very, very scary. Look at those dead eyes. Oh, you sent more? Okay, hold on. Look at that, you guys. Yeah. Oh my gosh, another. I told you. I told you. It was somebody at the party. I told you. Hold on. And here, me and Olive, we've been here, you know, stalking the area,
Okay, I'm
terrorizing
gonna
this
stop
town.
it. I'm gonna stop it.
Mhm.
Okay, but that's my favorite part.
Well, you-
JLR, he's a suspected killer. Okay. Oh my God, that is just too much. Okay, if my headphones aren't working, you guys, when they come back, I'm gonna have to go. You know, you get ripped off, man. I got a new set, and yeah. So if you like skits of Lori Vallow, Bullhorn Betty, House of Williams, check it out. Oh, and I did Jaundice. Oh my God. Jaundice is one of the best. Yep. Let me show you real quick. Hold on. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I just want to show you what he looks like, okay? Hold on. Oh my God. Where is it? I'm not muted at all. At all. Nope. So I don't know what's going on. I'm unmuted on everything. No, this here you guys are seeing, that's the court. Okay? That's always there from the court. Always. Yep. You can't unmute yourself. They have it muted, just so you know. I don't know what the hell. Okay, I just want to show you this real quick since they're not yeah. That's how that works. Oh no. This is so disturbing. Okay, this is Jaundice. We all know who Jaundice is, right? Here you go, Dippy. One laugh. Here's Jaundice.
Hi. Did you see that beautiful video I just made? First, I want to say I was on a call at 4 a.m.
Are you guys scared? I would be.
with Molly.
That's justice for all people.
She needs our prayers. Also,
I'm sorry.
also, she needs you. She would be there for you guys. Hold on, please.
My daughter's like, "What's wrong with you?"
Yes,
I go,
I'm clutching
"It's
my
somebody
pearls.
from the internet."
Clutching my pearls. Yeah. So, she needs to take a red eye, or she did take a red eye
I'm sorry. I can't help it.
to Philly. I can't say why or where. In due time, when she's ready, she will let you know what's going on. Keep her and Princess in your prayers. And below, you will see links to PayPal.
Oh my god. You guys, I don't watch
To
my
Venmo.
shit, rewatch it because I have a hard time with it, but
Cash App.
this is funny.
She could really use your support right now. She would do the same for you.
How disturbing is that face? Oh my god.
And I'm sorry I had to come on with my hair not done. I got new foundation though. Yes. Yes. Hold on, guys. I gotta mute. We got an update. Hello? Yes, Molly. You want me to say that? But I don't feel comfortable saying that. That's a lie. Yeah, I'm live right now. I'm trying to get you the money. I will do my best.
At this point in time, prosecution.
Judge, just briefly, this is really sort of just a continuation of the last conversation we had without the jury being present. And it relates to Mr. Grusing's prior testimony, at least as to his qualifications, was part of the basis for why defense was basing their objection. At the beginning of his testimony, we went through his background and experience and trainings and whatnot. He started talking about having trained with BAU and being trained by profilers, but he said that he's not himself a profiler. That's in testimony. And I think it's important to keep that in mind too when we're talking about the things that defense is bringing up.
Well, I actually was thinking about it over, the lunch hour. And if we get to that, place in this testimony, I have an instruction that I'll be giving that essentially mirrors 16.8.109, and in addition informs the jury that Mr. Grusing is not being offered as an expert on the subject of psychiatry or psychology, and you should not accept his testimony as expert testimony. And so, and it gives them the language of 16.8.109 that he can give an opinion regarding conversations, context, those sorts of things. But that was the last sentence. So
yeah, and in relation to, I think what you're talking about there, Judge, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm on the wrong track on this, but as it relates to that question that we've been asking some witnesses about, did you develop an opinion as to sanity?
Right.
Again, just further record of what Mr. Grusing's basis for any opinion would be in this interview, and we've already heard part of it, where he's asking her direct questions about mental health. And she says in her own words that she was of sound mind. He asked the question, are you of sound mind? She says, right. And then she gives an explanation. She gives explanations about having anxiety and being on lorazepam. And so any opinion that we would ask of Mr. Grusing would be based on those phone calls and this particular interview, which there's, I think, enough record being made for him to do that under that 16.8. And you just said the statute number, but I'm blanking on it.
15.8.109.
109, thank you. I think there is a sufficient basis already for him to do that. Obviously, we're not to that point yet that I'm going to be asking that, but there certainly is a sufficient basis for that.
All right. Well, we will cross that bridge when we get there. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time?
No, Judge.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Yeah, that camera's right. Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah. No, that's true. You can't. That's over here. I don't know what it's related to, but the buttons are mine over here, so you don't have to worry about that.
And Judge, when we get started, we'll need the screen turned back
Right.
on.
And Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Okay, Pam. You need gloves. Oh, that's right. Okay.
The court doesn't have blankets to hand out to everybody.
No, I was about to suggest that everybody can keep their jackets on. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break, we were in the midst of testimony from Mr. Grusing. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just so that we're on the same page as far as the record, we just listened to and watched a portion of the interview from timestamps 1 hour, 1 minute, 20 seconds through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds. In the beginning of this portion of the interview, you asked the defendant to describe that fire in the basement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
She gives you some extraneous information there, specifically like Kobe Bryant. Was it consistent that when you would start getting into particular points of interest as it relates to the alleged crimes here, that she would give these extraneous details?
Yes, and that was consistent through the phone calls as well.
From your perspective, was that another distraction attempt to sort of create these tangents off of the main path of what you're trying to drive towards?
Yes.
Please.
Apparently the cell phone wants me to repeat it, Judge. I don't know. You had asked about details about this fire in this particular portion, in like color of flame, those height of the flames. Why were you asking those questions?
As I explained before the video, the candle was a significant incident. She had been talking about that since February 13th that I came on, that Gannon sustained serious burns from that caused him even to bleed. And I wanted to see how she described not only the candle, but the fire itself and how he was injured.
What was your perspective of that, either reluctance or unwillingness to share details of the fire, the colors of the flames, the height of the flames. Why is that potentially significant to you in this interview?
Well, I tried multiple times to get her to explain to me what she saw. And I tried to give her different prompts on maybe even motioning with her hand how tall it might be, or how hot it was, or colors, and she was not comfortable doing that.
There was also discussion about the burns on Gannon. She describes on one hand that there were little burns on his arms, and then says by Monday they're peeling. Any significance to that for you? That seems to be some divergent statements as to the severity of these burns.
Yes, in our phone call on February 13th, she was saying that Gannon was peeling and peeling his burns and that they were very bloody. And that's a lot different from how she was describing those to me in this interview.
In that particular, and you're referring back to a different one of these recorded calls that we listened to.
Correct.
That appeared to be, from your perspective, a way to explain why there would be blood on his walls and in his bedroom.
Yes.
So again, to explain away important details in the investigation.
Yes.
In this particular discussion of the fire in the basement, she gives a long description about opening windows and how people are sleeping upstairs, everybody is, but then Gannon ends up downstairs. Did that appear to be an isolation of Gannon based on the way you're hearing that?
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me at the time on why he would be back down there, but I decided not to press it.
Does that also, is building on that, the fact that she describes all the windows being open, we're talking about mid to late January, likely very cold in there. Was that significant at all to you?
Yeah, I wasn't really taking in all of that, but I didn't think from talking with El Paso, the sheriff's office, that there was such a cause for so much smoke and inhalation and windows being opened.
Okay. Next, I want to ask you about, during this interview, did you ask her about whether she went to